Ticketmaster. All right, I got some entertainment gossip and stories and thingies to pass along to you. We'll start with Olivia Wilde. She has reflected on the backlash she faced while dating Harry Styles. She said that the criticism over their age gap and relationship was crazy and that people were not happy with her. She, meanwhile, described their romance as the loveliest relationship, calling it sweet beautiful and protected from outside judgment by a shared bubble. She suggested some of the outrage came from fans, parasocial relationships with the singer, and praised how he handled that pressure. She said it's a burden that is very weighty and not something I envy, and he carries it with grace. And she also argued that society unfairly judges mothers who embrace their identities outside of parenthood, saying women are often viewed as no longer deserving of desire and after having children. They split in 2022. They were together for roughly 2 years.
She directed him in that movie.
Yeah.
With Florence Pugh.
What
the name
is
of
it
it?
called?
It was quasi science fiction.
I watched it.
I liked it.
Don't Worry, Darling.
Don't Worry, Darling.
That's what it was called, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Prior to that, she, of course, had ended a relationship with Jason Sudeikis in early 2020, and they have 2 kids. But she was just kind of reflecting on that. Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, reportedly bringing Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet to the UK next month.
Get to the goddamn car.
And
Jesus Christ. Will you wrangle them in?
this will be the children's first visit in 4 years.
No, we're not stopping for ice cream.
Source told Page 6
Shut up!
that Harry desperately wants his kids to see King Charles during the trip.
Yeah, that's him.
Archie and Lilibet previously met Queen Elizabeth II and Charles during the Platinum Jubilee celebration.
He seems to be feeling the draw of the family again. I think more because of his dad's cancer situation.
Probably,
So
yeah.
you better score some time now. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Remains unclear whether they will reunite with Prince William, Kate Middleton, or their cousins amid ongoing family tensions. Harry has continued making solo trips to the UK and previously shared that he would love reconciliation.
There you go.
See if that takes place. Kevin Bacon, our buddy, is temporarily becoming Kevin Bean as part of a new campaign with Humane World for Animals that encourages people to swap meat for beans on Wednesdays. Explaining the playful name change, he said, I just thought it seemed like such a funny idea, adding that the initiative can have an impact on animals' lives, on the environment, and on your pocketbook. The actor who appears in a PSA wearing a suit made entirely of beans said, I love animals. I thought it was a clever and funny idea. Anything that can kind of shake up our everyday approach to food and eating animals is just an interesting kind of twist.
It's funny because, the animals on his farm, are they just for petting? Or what is...
I don't think they're killing them.
No, they're not. Certainly not killing them.
Yeah.
So
I
what
think he likes to strangle them to death.
He strangles them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they, I don't know if they harvest eggs or if they, use goat milk or things like that.
Bird milk, Preston.
Bird milk, yeah. Well, he has no plans to permanently change his surname. Bacon admitted, I don't mind the name Bacon, but he also said, I don't like the name Kevin. I've never liked that name.
Really?
I always liked that name.
He explained his reasoning by saying, what I find, and this could be completely my imagination, but what I see in movies and television is that whenever there's someone annoying or just kind of a bad personality or a kid who's a pain in the ass, they always name him Kevin. Fortunately, the actor has embraced the nickname Kev as a workaround.
Bacon.
He never liked his own name.
Yeah, I always thought of Kevin as a pleasant name.
I've told you guys many times, I disliked my name when I was a kid. It was too odd. It was too out of the ordinary, and everybody else had an ordinary name, and I wanted that.
Would have been more palatable if it had been Preston Bacon.
Yeah, probably.
No other Prestons in your whole school, right?
No.
Yeah, there were no Caseys in my, I went from kindergarten through 8th grade without another Casey in the whole school. And then when I got to high school, there was one other Casey.
Were there many Marissas in your...
Never. And just the other day, one of the people who works at Triangle Tavern, I met her and she was a Marissa. I was like, oh, how do you spell it? She's like Marisa. And I said same, and our faces dropped because you just don't meet somebody who also spells it the same
Usually
way.
2 S's,
you
know?
The first time I thought I met another Prentice, or Preston, their name turned out to be Prentice, was my dad and I were taking a trip across country. We were in San Francisco, and we were in a shop, and I heard somebody say, Prentice, could you do this? And I go over to the guy, I'm like, is your name Preston? And he said, no, Prentice. I'm like,
I think you're my father.
but I think the first time I met another Preston wasn't until I was like 19 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, but he hates Kevin, doesn't like it. All right. I thought this is a really fun story. The cast of Napoleon Dynamite bought a baseball team.
Oh.
And it's the three that we've had on the show together. John Grise, who played Uncle Rico. John Heater, of course, is Napoleon. And Ephraim Ramirez joined an ownership group for a new Northwoods League team in the small town of Richmond, Indiana. It's a team with, of course, a fittingly weird name to go with one of the weirdest movies of all time. The team is called the Flying Mummies.
Oh, that's great.
And the reason being is Richmond was home to the Wright brothers before they went on to aviation glory in Ohio, and also features 2 Egyptian mummies on permanent public display. It's known as the mummy capital of the Midwest.
The mummy capital of the Midwest.
Their team is called the Flying Mummies. They tie those things together. So the 3 stars from the cult classic film are now in charge of the team. Napoleon Dynamite, they had Napoleon Dynamite night last week. The 3 actors showed up, and there were fans dressed and dancing as Napoleon. Uncle Rico's van was parked in the concourse. Grise apparently fell in love with the community and Midwestern charm of the Northwoods League, which is a wood-bat collegiate summer circuit that stretches from eastern Michigan to North Dakota and one stop in Ontario. But he fell in love with him last year, and when the opportunity came up to own his team, he jumped at it, and he convinced his co-stars to join him. Or as Heater put it, he said, Grise wore us down. He said he was like, baseball, baseball, baseball. And I was like, dude, you're known for football. Let's lean into that football thing.
Right, it's part of the movie.
Yeah, but nope, they went with the baseball team, and the 3 of them are owners of the team.
I love how the mascot for the Mummies is apparently like a rooster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
They're called the Flying Mummies.
Yeah, so that's your flying part, I guess.
I guess.
Limited
but-
flying.
Yeah. So I thought that was a fun story. The longer they stayed out of the public eye as a couple, the more rumors spread about Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel's marriage was on the rocks, but new pictures posted to Page 6 seemed to put those rumors to rest. The 2 were seen walking hand in hand in New York City on Monday. A few times they were noticed and stopped to take some pictures with fans.
And there's a picture of her taking her from behind at a mailbox.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
That's pretty wild.
It was the first time that the 2 were seen together in public in almost 2 years, or shortly after Justin was busted for DUI in June 2024.
Where would you put his career right now? Is he in a what you call a fallow period? He's not
As far as his music and movies career, I haven't seen him do much lately.
Not the heat that it was. Careers go through those ebbs and flows.
Yeah. He's definitely not the top of the heap right now.
Right.
It's funny. I just saw a scene from The Social Network came up, and I forgot that he was in that, and he was so hateable in that movie. But I mean, he's supposed to be.
He's in a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
So these 2 got married in 2012. They share 2 sons. Apparently, they're doing all right. This was sad news to see. Davy Chase, who scared millions as young Samara in The Ring, also voiced Lilo in Lilo and Stitch and had roles in Donnie Darko and TV's Betsy's Kindergarten Adventures, has passed away.
Oh, no.
She died Tuesday following a case of meningitis and an infection in her blood, and it caused her to suffer septic issues and led to her body shutting down. That's terrible, man. She was only 35 years old.
It's very sad.
Yeah. And stuff like that seems like it just comes out of nowhere, you know?
I mean, didn't even know, what her status was. Apparently, she had some bad things going on in her life, and perhaps maybe a little chemical addiction. But
that was part of this?
That's what we heard. Yeah,
I haven't seen anything about that. Wow. She was the girl with the hair, the whole thing in The Ring. That is terrible news. TMZ reports that the dueling lawsuits between Ian Ziering and a motorcyclist that he got into a scuffle with in traffic back in 2024, they've been dropped now.
Okay.
So 2 years. I remember when that happened. It was.
It seemed like 5 years ago, doesn't it?
It seemed like pre-COVID.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
And I was surprised that it was in 2024. Jacob Hernandez dismissed the lawsuit with prejudice Tuesday, with Ziering's manager, Justin Dienda, confirming the 2 sides have agreed to mutually dismiss the claims that each has against the other. Dienda adds, both sides look forward to moving on from this now.
2 years of wrapped up in that crap.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. The new trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day has come out.
I watched it.
I did too.
Not only did I watch it, but last night I ended up watching No Way Home as a result.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, yep.
Gives viewers their first look at Mark Ruffalo's Dr. Bruce Banner / Hulk. We also get a glimpse of John Barenthal's Punisher, the Scorpion, who's played by Michael Mando, and Zendaya's MJ. Tom Holland stars in the film, of course, Peter Parker. It's going to hit theaters on July 31st. But this is like a full-length trailer that's out now.
So watching it, I did feel a bit of the old magic.
Yeah, yeah. And you didn't know that Michael Mando, that the Scorpion was going. I didn't know what he was going to be.
Yeah.
But you knew that they were moving him towards something because he just kept showing up. Like he was like in the prison scene at the end of Homecoming. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, theater buckets have been revealed for Spider-Man Brand New Day. AMC is offering a functional Spider-Man head bucket.
That's okay. I prefer that.
While Regal has a New York City apartment building shaped popcorn tin. Cinemark's designs are more over the top, including a bucket with a removable lid and the Spider-Man combo container that holds both a drink and popcorn with a hand-shaped section working as a drink holder, while a web-shaped bowl holds popcorn.
Think of all this found money that they were letting slip through their fingers during the big run of the Marvel movies. How many of these things they could have had out?
Right?
Yeah.
Like a gauntlet,
a
gauntlet.
Sure.
Bucket.
Yeah. I think that this novelty has a shelf life on it. I think that eventually people are going to go, they're going to stop buying it.
Well, I'll tell you what. All these things
years.
are pretty damn big.
Yeah.
So
what do you do?
What do you do with them eventually?
Yeah. So the Pit has a big format switch coming. One star has already confirmed how the third season will be different. The original format was a big part of what set the Pit apart from other medical shows. With each episode covering 1 hour in PTMC's emergency department, viewers watched all the characters experience the day shift drama and trauma in real time from the very first minutes. And according to Sapida Mofai, Season 3 is taking a new approach that could freshen up the format. Mofai, who joined the Pit in Season 2 as Dr. Al-Hashimi, has shared that there will be staggering entrances for the characters, and she won't appear in the premiere. So people are going to come along. It's not going to be like the first day you're going to see everybody. So people are going to be coming into the shift.
Oh, I see. I thought for a second that they were going to change it into an actual, regular medical drama with a chronology. Because that, to me, is a conceit you can't lose.
Yeah, exactly.
The ER on a slow day.
Yeah. No, this is, they're going to keep, but the characters are going to arrive kind of staggered. The new approach will allow the main characters to still work their shifts in Season 3, but they won't all be crowded in at the very beginning and very end. A show making a fundamental change to the format that was already successful for 2 seasons would normally feel risky, but the Pit's large ensemble means that the change could work quite well. After all, even though Noah Wyle is undeniably the star, the medical drama never would have worked if viewers weren't also attached to the rest of the cast.
So have you heard about this show that is, apparently it's the British version, or not that they did an actual version, but it is a similar show to The Pit, a British show that is supposed to be equally as riveting.
No.
Yeah. Marissa, I'm sorry, I'm throwing this out at you if you can do a little check on that. But I saw somebody reference it yesterday. I said, I got to mention that to Preston.
Okay.
And with my incredible ability to recall what the name was, I dropped the ball. But yeah, it might be something that you would be interested in.
British version of The Pit or something, a show that is similar to it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Marissa's coming up.
I'm going to do some digging. It's just showing it like The Pit in the UK. So
Okay. All right.
All right, so Patton Oswalt says that he would gladly return for a Ratatouille sequel, but only if the project comes together for the right reasons.
I just watched Ratatouille over the weekend. It's
a great movie.
Yes, and it's a touching movie.
It is.
When he has the chance to run Ratatouille, and he turns around and looks at the chef, and he just kind of slumps over, and Ratatouille's like, oh, I got to help this dolt.
Oswalt supports director Brad Bird's approach to storytelling, saying that there was never going to be an incredible sequel until he thought, wait a minute, there's a story to tell. and added that sequels developed through brainstorming sessions often feels inorganic. Oswalt said that he wants a continuation that expands the story in a meaningful way, stressing this isn't just a money grab. We're going to get the money by telling an amazing story with whole new dimensions that we didn't even know beforehand. Ratatouille debuted Oswalt's Remy, the Rat Chef, in 2007, becoming a box office success and won multiple Oscars.
Do you want a perfect plot advancing?
Yeah.
Ratatouille comes to the United States and starts a pizza place with Pizza Rat.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Pizza Rat.
Pizza Rat.
Right?
Yes. We have forgotten about Pizza Rat. We need to bring him back into
Bring him
the fold.
back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give his own movie.
Steve, I think that show might be called Bodies.
It's possible.
Does that
Marissa.
sound familiar?
It doesn't.
Older, right?
2004 to 2006 is when Bodies ran.
I'll do a search, but we're heading in the right direction.
All right, one last story. Despite generating quite a bit of buzz, Netflix has announced that The Burrows will not be returning for a second season.
This pissed me off when I saw this.
Yeah, because it leaves it open at the end.
Right. It is completely set up for a
sequel.
Apparently stuff is getting cleared out as they port some stuff over to Paramount. So maybe it'll be picked up again and, they'll go for it. But it floated in the top 10 all the time it's been on Netflix.
Yeah, it was very successful. Produced by Stranger Things creators, the Duffer Brothers, The Burrows starred Gina Davis, Alfred Molina, Alfre Woodard, Dennis O'Hare, Clark Peters, and Bill Pullman. And told the story of a group of retirement community residents who discovered that monsters were hunting them, and the community owners knew and were covering it up. It's still obviously available streaming. I just finished it the other day.
I think I remember what happened. So the Duffer Brothers have made a deal, I think, to go to Paramount or do some stuff with Paramount. Mm-hmm. And so Netflix is kind of going like that on this.
All right.
And okay, we might see it come back again, but I would have preferred that it was more concrete because I thought that was a perfect cliffhanger.
Yeah. All right, I think I have some clips.
Yeah.
Clips. The cut.
Hang on. I don't know what I did with them. Wait. I know what I did with them.
There they are.
Put them right over here. So a father wrongfully imprisoned for his child's murder must escape and prove his innocence, and I will find you. And here, Harlan Coben explains his process for writing the tale.
I kind of wanted to start a story that was the worst place you could be, right? Imagine you're in jail for murdering your own child. And imagine the moment you find out not only can you prove you're innocent, but that he may still be alive. And that hope just sunk to me.
I don't think I want to see it.
I Will Find You streams today, and that one is on Netflix. Here's our next clip. The Capture follows British intelligence working to thwart, I love that word. Thwart. A criminal organization framing others using AI and deepfake technology. And here, Ben Mile praises the depth of the script.
These kind of roles are so highly contested because so many actors want to do good work. I mean, we all want to do good work. So to be invited to collaborate on a project like The Capture is a real privilege. It's been a real delight.
Shut up, dummy.
All episodes of season 3 of The Capture streams today, and that one's on Peacock. All right, and there's your entertainment report for this morning, friend. All right, we got some stuff going on today. We're going to take a break. We're going to assess. We're going to come back in just a moment. Listen for your chance to win those special performance tickets for Brent and Zach of Shinedown Acoustic Intimate. You could get those tickets. We'll tell you when to call in and win. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay there.
You sick?
Yes. And I'm a nurse, too, so trying to deal with that is not.
How far has it gotten? Have you ever been moved to throw up?
Not throw up, but I just the goosebumps, and I can't even be around them.
Wow, you can't even. Will just the sight of them, just seeing cotton balls, give you a sense of anxiety of some sort?
The sight's not bad, but then once I start to think about them actually being pulled apart, that's what gets me.
So what about Q-tips?
Q-tips aren't as bad because they're not as fluffy.
Okay, so that's exactly what Marissa was saying. The fluffier, the worse it is for you, too.
Yes.
All right.
All right. And has this always been a thing for you, or did it materialize at some point in your life?
Always.
Always. Okay. Interesting.
I want this. You assume that there would be some sort of cotton ball trauma, like maybe a cotton ball touched you inappropriately outside your school.
I mean, listen.
Thanks, Dan.
I
not Dan.
Really,
Kelly.
I think Dan called and Kelly was his wife because he had said he was going to say something about his wife. But,
okay.
So I think I understand your aversion to cotton balls because I have the same thing with silverware and metal. I'm fine with silverware. It doesn't gross me out, but I have a hard time putting silverware away after the dishwasher. I don't like silverware clanking against each other. And then the thought of, and my brother would do this to piss me off, and I've talked about it on the show here. When he would eat at the dinner table, he would grind his teeth on the fork, and that it gives me a physical reaction. And I'm not going to throw up, but it's more like a pursing of the lips, and then I get chills. Yeah, I get chills. In fact, I got chills just even thinking about it, and it's that sound. And I understand for you with the cotton balls, it's there's definitely like a feel to it when you pull it apart. I don't mind that feel, but that to me is very, very similar to how I feel about silverware.
And so also you, if I recall correctly, Casey, you can't let silverware touch your own teeth.
No. In fact, like I have plasticware here, but like I would never go like that.
Even with plastic?
No. Plastic, I'm fine.
Okay, but if it's metal.
Yeah, so when you're eating with regular, like if you're given silverware, you go to somebody's house, do you at home eat with silverware?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but when I eat, I gum it. I gum it. I put my lips over my teeth, and that's how I.
When I'm eating, I don't traditionally rake my teeth across the
Some people do, man.
Yeah. Do you have anything similar to this?
Nothing I could think of. I'm
sure
sure there's something in my world that's that way, but nothing comes to mind.
I have one thing that kind of falls in this realm, but it's if you're having a popsicle, the wooden stick.
You don't like it?
No. I can't, I will have to, so I'll gum it or lip it down to the end because I can't have my teeth touch the cold wood.
No, I used to chew on the wooden stick. Yeah.
Well, Steve, my dad has the wooden spoon thing.
Yeah.
Like if you get an ice cream that has a wooden spoon, he refuses to use it.
Yeah.
Because that sensation of the wood, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Here's one now. Here's a text. I'm looking at a number of them coming in, and this one does bother me a little bit, but not to the point of like nausea. Somebody says microfiber towels on rough hands. Yeah, so they can kind of catch.
They do
on little spots on your hands if you don't have moisturized hands.
My wife was just talking about this. This is the time of year where unless you moisturize consistently, and she wears a lot of microfiber stuff. It'll catch, and it drives her crazy.
Here's some real specific ones. Somebody said, this is from Nick the Meat Man. He says, agenda book covers. That whip noise when you drag your nails across it just kills me. What are agenda book covers?
Like a day planner?
I don't know, but there's all different kinds of day planners, so I'm not really sure. There are people that hate the silverware clanking case that are checking in for sure. And somebody said they hate stickers, like just regular sticker, like a bumper sticker, whatever it may be. They can't stand them. It makes them feel uncomfortable.
So what I don't know, when you see someone who works with a lot of, whether they work with cash or they're working with paper, and they have that little sponge that they'll touch to moisten their fingers.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that
bankers use it all the time.
Right. That's a little.
Well, they do that so they're not licking their fingers.
Right.
Yeah, because to separate the paper, you need some moisture sometimes.
Just lick the money.
But rather than licking your fingers, Talk about Masha Lagnia. Masha Lagnia.
Is this a person?
Nope, it's a thing. And I'll explain what it is, but it's spelled MASCHALAGNIA. Masha Lagnia.
Masha.
This is
Marsha.
a fetish known as armpit licking.
Oh, this is. No, you're not down with that?
Steve, are you?
No, I'm judging by your immediate reaction.
I don't want to sway your...
No.
So it ranked, and apparently it is one of the most requested fetishes, according to research. It ranked fourth just behind pegging, feet content, and water sports. But unlike the others,
it's behind water sports?
Yeah. This is the most requested, one of the most requested fetishes. So it ranked fourth behind water sports. Yes, behind pegging, feet content, and water sports.
The only time I've ever seen any armpit licking, Steve. I know you've seen the movie Flirting with Disaster.
Yes, yeah.
Is it Josh Brolin?
Josh Brolin is into armpit licking.
What is this on?
This is a flirting with.
It's Flirting with Disaster. It's a Ben Stiller movie.
Stiller.
Yeah.
Okay. And Josh Brolin is an FBI agent, and he licks Patricia Arquette's armpit.
So this is just starting to become mainstream. The study from ethical porn site Aristes found this out.
It's an ethical porn site.
Yeah, that's what it says. So there are various reasons that the armpit can elicit such a sexual response. When it comes to humiliation and tickling, it's less about the armpit itself and more about feeling vulnerable and less than, and it can be a form of punishment or control. A dom might force their sub to lick their armpit because it can be degrading. There's also, this is according to a dom that they interviewed in this article named Gigi. She said there's the power and vulnerability. You're tickling someone's armpits, and that person is in a very vulnerable position with their arms raised or tied up, so it's surrendering control to the dominant partner, which can trigger arousal.
Or you just like the taste of underarm deodorant.
Some people do like that, or the sweat.
Listen, I'm not for it or opposed to this.
Right.
The idea, if I were to either A, lick an armpit, or B, have my armpit licked, it would have to be like fresh out of the shower, no deodorant whatsoever. Because that, to me, the idea of licking deodorant is
it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
But if you find it gross because it's sweating and things like that,
there's always the butt to lick.
Well, listen, I was going to say, think about where other places that people stick their
tossing
tongue.
the salad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it ain't that gross compared to some other things.
So the armpit group is going to get more of a pass than the pee on me or lick my butt.
Yeah. But I mean, even and pardon me, I will use a technical term.
By all means,
cunnilingus.
Yes.
Just think about what you're doing at that point.
That's where the pee-pee comes out.
That's and that's a it's not that much more.
So foot fetish
of a stretch.
This would be, to me, akin to a foot fetish, licking feet.
Yeah.
Similar, right?
Yeah,
toes,
sure.
yeah.
Same thing.
And it's something that does nothing for me.
It does not for me.
But when I think about it, and I'm like, okay, it's really,
not?
it's not that bad.
Are you talking about feet licking?
Feet licking or armpit licking, yeah.
Because you guys have let your dogs lick your feet, right?
Yes.
My dogs don't lick my feet. I would if they would do that. Yes, absolutely.
My dog Chelsea used to love to lick my feet, like emphatically, the second I took my shoes off. And I'm like, I would not do that, but have at it, girl.
Yeah. So Gigi goes on to say that there are definitely people who can orgasm from having their armpits licked.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
And there's also the anticipation aspect. Wouldn't that be great?
It's just great.
It's so easy.
Because I'm going to lick one out.
Yeah. Because you could lick your own armpit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could lick your own armpit.
Excuse me, I'll lick one out.
Oh, my God. And she said there's also the anticipation aspect. If you know the stimulation is coming, you can interpret that as erotic excitement. And as for the smell of the armpit, 59% of daters say that BO is a turn on.
That would not be with me. So I am hyper aware of my scent. I like to be as clean as possible. That's why morning sex is, I like teeth brushed, and everything,
Who was the football player recently who was on the bench, told the guy he smelled like hot dog water? You see that?
No.
Oh, it was hilarious. And I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you put a bunch of hot dogs and you boil it, it's kind of it's meat. And fat and all that, and it would have a similar scent maybe to underarm armpit.
I'll get a gag response off of rancid body odor.
I mean, rancid body odor is bad, but standard a person's scent, I don't think is horrible.
No.
So they said they're asking a question: why would it be a turn on? Well, clinical and relationship psychotherapist Dipti Tate, yep. Says, while it might not sound particularly appealing, body odor can influence sexual attraction. However, it's not just any old scent that does the trick. Rather, it's the unique combination of pheromones and other odoriferous compounds exuded by our bodies that can elicit a primal response in potential partners.
Have you ever caught whiff of something that, for lack of a better way to phrase it, smells like sex to you?
Well, the trees,
right.
In
the semen trees.
Spring, the semen trees.
That'd be one of them.
I want to say that I have. That it does remind me of
just
that.
Catch it for a second, like that. It smells like sex.
Yeah.
I
know what you're talking about. Armpit licking also ties into tickle torture and humiliation kinks.
So that's a big kink. Would you call it a kink or a?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would call that.
The tickling to orgasm.
Mm-hmm. And it would fall under the BDSM umbrella, by the way.
Are you easily tickleable?
I used to be more ticklish than I am now. So no, not that much.
I am not either. But
feet wouldn't bother me. The only place it might get me is armpit, maybe. You know, if somebody were to come up and do that to me real quick, I would definitely react a little bit.
How's Rochelle with tickling?
I think she's okay. I don't really go for tickling.
Yeah, Claire, I mean, if she tries it on me and then I reverse it, no, because she will buckle quickly.
Yeah, I think my armpits are probably the most ticklish. My younger brother is super ticklish, and this is going to sound bad, but he gave his wife a black eye when she tried to tickle him.
Oh, wow.
I believe it.
Because it's not his fault, but I guess she was like maybe laying on top of her, hovering over him, and she tickled his sides, and he jolted so violently that he headbutted her right in the eye.
Wow.
So my dad's feet, he could not stand tickling.
Really?
And of course, as a kid, I was all over that. And so if he'd be sitting there with his shoes off and fully relaxing, I would go over and tickle. And Casey, there were times where I thought he would have kicked my head off.
Really?
And not out of anger.
No.
He's just reflexing.
Just out of reaction. And so I could see why the black eye thing could easily happen. I probably got hurt at some point trying to pull that on my dad. But there are some people that are. I thank very much, Marissa. We will have the Brent and Zach from Shinedown tickets to give away at some point this morning. Stay close for your chance to win. Brent's got them this afternoon, too. So a couple of opportunities for you to be a part of this intimate performance, which we're very much looking forward to. All right. Let's get some knowledge from the Just Sayin Institute this morning.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the new Preston Elliott Blood Drive Roller Skating Academy.
Casey has convinced me to bring my roller skates tomorrow.
All right.
Because it's a massive room that we're in, and it has nice, slick concrete floors.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to do it.
One of my favorite things to see on Instagram right now are middle-aged men roller shuffling.
Shuffle skating.
Yeah. I love it, man. Yeah.
I can kind of do it.
Yeah.
I'm not good at it.
You're pretty good.
I'm good on roller skates, but I can kind of shuffle skate. I really wish I had that rhythm and did it smooth.
You know what? Do you want to get a shuffle skating crew together, man?
Can you get one out?
No. I just meant in general.
Maybe they could teach me. The bottom line is I got to test out my knee tomorrow. I have a torn meniscus.
Don't blow it out.
And I haven't roller skated since I was diagnosed with that. But
remember the fencing thing.
But the fencing thing was that's impact. So I think this is low impact, no impact actually. So I'm looking forward to it. I love roller skating.
Oh, and you're good at it. I'm bringing boomerangs for everyone, by the way, and I have an RC dune buggy.
Okay.
All right.
Around, yeah.
So we got toys tomorrow.
We got toys.
It's going to be great. Oh, and our friend Mitch Fatel is stopping by, too. We haven't seen Mitch in a long time. Comedian.
I'll tell him to bring his roller skates,
Okay,
too.
please do. All right, Just Sayin Institute.
Yeah.
So I saw this. This is really interesting. Hard seltzers, common substitute for people who want an alcoholic drink without the calories of beer, but a new study found that drinking a lot of them could lead to major problems, and not just, the issues that you have with alcohol. This is another thing. Researchers from Hackensack Meridian Jersey Shore University Medical Center have identified a disorder linked to excessive amounts of the alcohol-infused seltzers after drinking now, this is if you drink a lot,
right?
Okay?
Like alcoholic level?
It depends. So excessive amounts of hard seltzers. 3 patients in the small study ended up in the hospital with what they call hyponatremia, an abnormally low amount of sodium in the bloodstream. The patient's sodium levels were measured between 96 and 112 of whatever it is they're measuring, which is well below the normal range of approximately 135 to 145. And it uses this abbreviation. It's MEQL. So I don't know exactly what that means, but whatever it is, it's way lower than where it needs to be. Your sodium levels. Hyponatremia occurs when sodium levels in the body become diluted, disrupting normal cellular function. In the most severe cases, it can lead to swelling of the brain, seizures, coma, and even death.
Well, those are things I wouldn't want.
The researchers said the condition developed because hard seltzers contain very little sodium or other dietary solutions. When consumed in large quantities, particularly alongside poor nutrition, the body's ability to eliminate excess water can become overwhelmed.
Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, yeah.
The resulting dilution of sodium in the bloodstream can trigger serious neurological complications. One patient, a 23-year-old woman, suffered a seizure after regularly drinking a 6-pack of hard seltzer each night.
Wow.
And more on the weekend. So, you're drinking a lot.
What's the alcohol level in your average hard seltzer?
They're
standard, right?
they're usually like a Coors Light. They're like
okay.
5.
So this one is essentially putting away
Yeah.
a 6-pack of beer a night.
Yeah. Another patient, a 24-year-old man who reported consuming 2 6-packs daily, developed a rare neurological complication known as osmotic demyelination, I believe is how you say that syndrome, during treatment, though he eventually recovered after rehabilitation.
I was wondering if it had anything to do. There's seltzer, right? Is it carbonated?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I was wondering if that was the issue, but yeah, the sodium thing is it makes sense.
But it lowers your sodium, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
which I found interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just stick a little salt and you'll be okay.
I don't know.
Put lots of salt in it.
The report draws comparison. Here's another thing: comparisons to beer potomania, a condition long recognized among heavy beer drinkers.
I saw that on Broadway.
Researchers suggest hard seltzer may create similar risk because of its low solute content, even though it has a reputation as a lighter alcoholic option.
It's wild how there's certain things like that you can get drunk-ish from drinking excessive water, or that the things can be flushed from how your body will react to certain drinks like this.
Well, we had Patricia Heaton on yesterday talking about her non-alcoholic wine, and sometimes I think it's like mental. She was, she drank like 5 or 6 glasses of it, she said, with her kids, and then she like felt like she was drunk.
Yeah. The study authors noted that moderate amounts of consumption likely won't lead to hyponatremia. However, they added that individuals with unhealthy diets who consume significant amounts of hard seltzer could develop life-threatening conditions. And as the drinks surge in popularity, the public should be aware of the risks.
Did you ever dabble in the hard seltzer realm?
I don't really like them.
Yeah.
It's, I've had them a couple of times, and I just feel unsatisfied when I drink them. It's just not my thing.
Not alcoholically speaking, but what, Preston, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, you know what the difference is between a seltzer, a tonic, and a club soda?
No.
Okay.
No, I've read those things. I've looked them up, and I still don't. I haven't kept it straight in my mind, so I don't really know.
My son is he's working at a hotel restaurant, and he tried tonic water for the first time yesterday. He texted me and my wife about it. He's like, who drinks this, and why would they drink something like this?
There are people that do.
Yeah,
It's often, I think, it's often used like as a mix, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a mixer.
tonic.
There are people who drink just tonic water.
All I know is that tonic water has calories and the others don't.
Okay.
All right, here's the definition. Marissa pulled this up for us. Club soda is carbonated water with added minerals for a slightly salty taste. Seltzer is simply plain carbonated water, 0 additives, okay? And tonic water is a sweetened soft drink flavored with sugar and bitter quinine. Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's how you pronounce it.
Quinine.
Quinine.
Quinine, okay. I don't know what quinine is. It is a medication used to treat malaria. Okay. A naturally occurring alkaloid derived from the bark of the cinchona tree.
That comes from the cinchona tree.
Yes. Welcome to the cinchona forest.
Where everyone drinks cinchona and quinine.
Is that the 7-Up, dude?
Yeah, it's 7-Up.
Back on the sodium thing really quickly, did you guys see the new drink that Surfside has put out, or Stateside?
No.
It's called Super Light. It's pretty much Gatorade and vodka.
Okay.
So there's a blue one, there's an orange one, there's a red one. And I think your kids, like you're gonna see them drinking a lot of it this
gravitate
summer.
towards that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I tell you, I can't make the mental disconnect with Gatorade and sickness. It just
It stuck with you. Yep, you've done it enough times. All right, here's another one from the Just Saying Institute. Engaging in physical and mental self-pleasure before going to bed is associated with falling asleep faster, enjoying better sleep quality, and experiencing more positive emotions upon waking. People who regularly engage in the practice immediately before sleep are also slightly more likely to report having erotic dreams.
Wow.
These findings were published recently in the Journal of Sexuality and Culture.
I would think so. I think you would have tapped that off a bit and would have been less inclined. Like, in other words, you've
satisfied that already?
Satisfied that urge.
I don't subscribe to this because I have often rocked myself to sleep, and I don't have erotic dreams.
When you do that,
either.
You're usually in the locker room at the gym, right?
Usually.
It's a nap that he takes. So human beings have a natural biological drive to seek out and experience physical and emotional satisfaction. Research suggests that these behaviors are deeply rooted in mammalian behavior, biology that is, and similar practices have been observed in dozens of non-human species with an evolutionary history stretching back millions of years in primates. One common way people achieve this satisfaction is through self-pleasure. While this term is frequently used interchangeably with touching yourself, obviously, researchers often draw a subtle distinction between the two concepts. All right, so self-pleasure besides yanking it or rubbing it or whatever you do to
Tugging it, stroking it, petting it.
Self-pleasure, you
Grooming it.
massage it,
Stroke
it.
You're naughty.
Yeah, self-pleasure represents a broader concept. So there's more to this. It includes physical stimulation, but also emphasizes emotional intimacy, subjective sensations, and a mindful connection with one's own body.
Every time I sit down to jack it, I'm looking for an emotional connection.
A person might engage in self-pleasure through mental imagery, sensory experiences, or touching non-genital areas of the body to cultivate a sense of relaxation and body positivity.
If we're talking the wider mammalian world, like primates, do you think primates have a spank bank?
Like they're thinking about something?
God damn, I'll never forget this banana.
Wow. That is a very good question.
I'm going to put this,
maybe.
Like Chong Chong putting it in the spank bank.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Wow. Okay.
That was the best tire I ever swung on.
It talks about touching non-genital areas of the body to cultivate a sense of relaxation and body positivity. I have a little zone right here in my arm.
Oh, yeah?
That I kind of caress right here to relax myself.
I do this.
You do that on your forearm?
Yeah.
Mine's right here in the crook of my elbow.
And then Preston.
Just whenever when I'm just kind of just chilling. It's
okay.
I massage my balls too.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, that's your genital area. We're talking about non-genital areas.
It's my forearm. And sometimes when we're conducting an interview, I will be stroking it and petting it.
So my buddy, I wonder if this is still the case because he's 51 now. But like when we were like high school, college, he would talk about how when he would go to sleep, he would take his pillowcase and he would stick his fingers into the pillowcase and massage. And like that.
So he has the cloth going between his fingers. And that feels good to him.
And he loved that. And it calmed him down.
Sure.
And that was his like self-soothing thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just before bed?
Yeah.
Sometimes if you enter a horse.
Okay.
Sometimes that can be relaxing as well.
For some people.
Yeah.
Others, you gotta, you can get kicked.
You can get kicked.
You gotta be careful.
What do you do before bed? I have sex with a horse.
All right, so the most noticeable difference in the study was related to sleep latency. On average, participants estimated that they fell asleep about 9 minutes faster on nights that included a self-pleasure routine.
Is that part of your routine? It's not part of my routine.
Sure.
So for me, I find when I call it the Ferris Bueller feeling when you're in bed and the blanket is, that's what I'm. But I mean, it's that doesn't figure into my regimen.
Well, do you get in bed and go right to sleep?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're there for a while.
Yeah.
So you're not just me.
Yeah.
You are spending some time hanging out, right?
But and so I get to go up to bed around 9, and about a quarter to 11, the me kicks in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're there for a while.
Yeah.
So this suggests.
So I guess I could spank it.
You could. Yeah.
I could spank other people.
You're missing out. This suggests that the practice might help individuals quiet their minds and transition into a resting state more efficiently.
Time to beat it like a bitch.
It goes into great detail, the research that they used. It was too long for me to get into this, but they used a very scientific method to try and come up with this information.
Endorphins are released, dolphins are released, as they say.
Yeah.
And you're usually spent a little bit after, yes?
Yeah. I mean, I think it relaxes you. Yeah, for sure.
And then you know what it does also?
What?
The soothing sounds of a violin.
Oh my God. Well, you get it when one achieves, completion, whatever you want to call it. It's not just the physical sensation that you have in that genital region. You get that dopamine rush.
Yes.
So there's something that goes on. There's a release of hormones that relaxes you. Even though you've just put in a lot of work.
Yeah, that dopamine is what you need to clean off the sheets.
Of course, clean it up with dopamine.
It's not just a dessert.
No. So keep in mind that a little self-pleasure before going to bed actually might help you sleep a little bit better. I wonder how bad I'd be sleeping if I didn't do it, because I don't sleep all that great.
So is it a regular? Like a couple times a week? Will you do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The notion of having insomnia, I had it years and years ago, where sleeping used to be a real sort of, am I going to be able to pull this off?
Yeah.
And I think it's a really frustrating, horrible situation if you can't get to sleep.
Somebody texted in and said, nothing knocks me out like sticking a finger in my belly button.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't like that.
No?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't
But some people might,
Pillsbury Doughboy loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Okay.
There's also some girls will kind of put their hand kind of in their shirt, like in their bra.
Okay.
And kind of just
Would just let it hang there?
Yeah, you're just kind of, I don't want to say you're massaging your boob, but it's just kind of like a comfort area.
I know, like doing this with the back of your hand, kind of like just caressing that area?
Yeah, the same way Steve rubs his arm or something like that. Some girls will just kind of put their fingers in their cleavage or
some
things
girls
like that.
meaning you.
No. No, we actually had a story about Snooki.
Snooki?
Why can't
we
Jersey
talking
Shore?
about Snooki.
Snooki, thank you. Snooki was talking about sometimes she'll just put her hand in her cleavage and just kind of rub it.
Okay.
It's kind of her safe zone.
Yeah, then that's probably it. There's probably a bit of an erogenous relaxation area there. So, let's see what else we got here, folks. For people with mobility, because we don't just do medical studies, we do inventions as well. For people with mobility impairments who can't easily get to the bathroom, a Chinese company has built a solution that comes to them. Yuban debuted its Zhouban smart toilet at the Shanghai International Aged Care and Rehabilitation Expo.
So the toilet comes to you?
And it's exactly what it sounds like. An autonomous robot toilet that navigates your bedroom floor using a LiDAR-based 3D obstacle avoidance system, positions itself beside the bed when needed, and then rolls itself back to a docking station when finished.
So we're figuring you have mobility issues, not so impactful that you can't sort of hoist yourself off the bed onto a toilet.
Right. Maybe walking to the bathroom
is
in the middle
issue.
of the night is your issue.
So I wonder if this could park itself under the bed. The slot opens up in the bed, where a bedpan would be, right?
Yeah.
And you could just, bombs away.
The docking station connects to the home's existing plumbing, disposing of waste through a low noise grinder.
This is pretty cool. Actually, it looks a little bit like the robot in the Christopher Nolan film.
Interstellar?
Interstellar.
Yeah. SARS?
Yeah.
Whatever his name, TARS? What the hell was that robot?
Lars.
Well, that thing was like just an obelisk.
Yeah, watch
right?
the device that goes out into the toilet, though. When it extends out into the toilet, looks like that robot. Keep watching.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right?
I see what you're doing. What is that thing? Oh, it's dumping it. Okay. So anyhow, that's
pretty cool.
It disposes the waste through a low noise grinder while self-cleaning with pressurized water jets and UV light.
How fast do these things go? Can you race them?
To keep rooms smell-free, the unit uses foam shields and activated charcoal filters. By the way, we were watching a video yesterday of a guy who took one of those little bitty miniature cars that little kids, battery-powered cars that kids ride around, and he put some kind of an engine in it that made it go really fast.
He jumped a bump.
It was hilarious. I loved it. Anyhow, back to the toilet.
Yeah.
The Zhoban is already for sale in China for about $13,000.
If you are someone who's relegated to this kind of life, this would be a godsend, I think.
Yeah, it puts it in the price range of a mobility scooter or hospital. Maybe you could just ride this thing around.
Just take a crap in your mobility scooter.
Or a hospital-grade adjustable bed.
What's the going price for a golf cart? Have you guys ever priced them out?
A few grand.
10 grand, somewhere in that range, I guess, yeah.
So this is about right, I guess.
And it's
it has a medical aspect to it.
No international availability has been announced as of yet, but they have invented this.
Would you put racing stripes on yours?
Of course. You got to dress it up. You gotta
the
make it
NASCRAP 5000.
All right, so not being completely honest with your doctor is something that we're probably all a little guilty of. There are the little white lies, like downplaying how much you've been drinking or forgetting to mention a habit that you'd rather not talk about. Most of the time, those omissions may seem harmless, but sometimes they can have bigger consequences than you think. Some details matter because doctors rely on accurate information to spot dangerous drug interactions and other health risks. What might seem like a minor omission could lead to serious complications, including life-threatening situations. So, according to University of Rochester professor of family medicine, Dr. Ronald Epstein, these are the 3 things you should never hide from your doctor.
All right, pay attention.
All right. Current medications.
Okay.
Doctors need a complete list of everything you're taking, including prescriptions, over-the-counter drugs, and supplements. But they also, this is the second thing, need to know how you're taking them. If you are skipping doses, taking more than prescribed, or not following instructions, your doctor needs to know about it. I grew up in a family where my family swapped medication, would take as much or as little as they wanted to. Yeah. I am not that way. I never have been that way. I follow the instructions. There's a reason they gave me the instructions. These people are way smarter when it comes to the human body than I am, so I will trust them. But yeah, man. In fact, there's a storyline in the second season of The Pit where this full like NASCAR family, they just throw all their pills in the middle and people just pick out what they want. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fastidious with my daily ritual. Make sure I do it.
Be. Yeah. And then you also need to be clear about alcohol, tobacco, and drug use. Being honest about what you use, how often, and how much helps doctors identify potential interactions and health concerns as well.
Also mention if you have enough of the doctor.
Yeah. Like, hey, you want some?
There have been times throughout my life where I have not been completely honest about smoking or drinking or doing drugs, especially before marijuana became legal. Like I always had a hard time telling the doctor, by the way, I smoke pot.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
No, you're going to judge me.
Well, totally, yeah. Thought I would get the judgment thing.
Well, you got the scowl down from Neil Peart.
Maybe I had a little, paranoia that I would somehow get in trouble or something like that, but I don't know.
Yep.
And tell me, do you pleasure yourself before bed?
No. No.
Is he on hold? It doesn't look like he's on hold. Oh, okay. All right. We have I figured he might call in when I brought this up from Penn Medicine. Fox 29, Dr. Mike Sweekley. Hey! Our doctor. Hey, Dr. Mike.
Oh, my God. So, listen, next to marriage or your living, your partner in life comes your healthcare provider. It is so critically important, and you have to find someone that actually gives a damn about you, okay? And so what you were talking about is what's called medication reconciliation. And so now look, you're supposed to be honest, but the healthcare provider is supposed to ask, what are you taking? Are you taking it? How are you taking it? What are you doing? And you all know, because you're all part of my little flock, that we get into all kinds of discussions because the way I look at it, each exam room is like Vegas. What goes on there stays there.
Well, and to that point, you provide an inviting environment where you feel comfortable saying that. And you talk about doctors who may not do that. And there are a lot of them out there that are not quite at your level, Dr. Mike, and you know that.
Well, I was taught, believe it or not, that you should not look at your patients as friends. And I disagree vehemently with that because all of you are my extended family. And if you have that approach, and we laugh, didn't I? Oh, wait. Preston, didn't we call your wife while I was examining you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's that's kind of a, I mean, you have to have a relationship. And the thing is that if you have that, one, as a healthcare provider, you're not going to burn out because you love your job and you love your patients. And in return, your patients love you, and they're studies have shown, less likely to sue you. But if you go in there with an attitude like, look, who do you think I am? Who do you think you're talking to?
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Schmohead over here. The bottom line is you have to have that kind of relationship, and medications and communication and honesty are critical.
By the way, let me expand on the calling my wife thing. Here's how it played out. So we're in the middle of our examination. Dr. Mike, all of a sudden I hear he pulls out his phone and he puts on speaker and I hear the phone ringing. And then I hear my wife answer. And then Dr. Mike goes, do you want me to put another finger in there? Or he starts saying stuff like that or starts moaning. So that's what the phone call to my wife was.
But see,
we give him these allowances.
You have that kind of. Well, we have a relationship.
We did.
There's a latitude
as
there.
Seinfeld said.
Yeah.
There were no tampons in the room, but as Seinfeld said, what you got there is a relationship.
Yes.
And so the bottom line is that if you have that approach, and I try to teach medical students this all the time, you have to have that joy. That's what a shaman or healer back since the beginning of time has been part of the community, part of the family, part of it transcends just saying, yes, your cholesterol's high, Mr. Jones, here, take this or see you later. I don't really care, but this is what you do. Come back in 6 months or a year. No.
No, that's why you're the best. And have you ever encountered there's a thing called the God complex, and you talk about that kind of doctor you were describing, where how dare you interact with me this way? Have you ever encountered? I'm sure you have in your long medical career.
Well, I came to Penn in 1985, and things have changed dramatically. I mean, it's 180 degrees from the way it used to be. And yeah, there were people there like who was that guy from St. Elsewhere, Dr.
George,
one of that surgeon.
I remember who you're talking about. I was thinking there was a movie.
Yeah,
with,
but he.
Go ahead.
No, well, we had to watch that movie.
Yeah,
The Doctor.
Oh, sure.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. William Hurt, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Well, that doesn't fly anymore.
Okay.
And look, if you come across a doctor or any healthcare provider that acts like they know everything, I wouldn't walk, I'd run fast because no one knows everything. And the Grim Reaper, and I say this all the time, will grab you in the ass when you least expect it. So you always, and I tell people, I'm like an iron dome, and I'm always scanning the air for when the Grim Reaper will, in a stealthy way, grab you. And that's why you have to be persistent, get your questions answered, and find somebody that has that kind of go-after attitude. The best defense, Steve,
good offense. Right. And Cy Sims,
yeah. But you should
educated customer, right?
An educated customer is an educated consumer is my best customer.
So you should.
And I
go ahead.
What? I want my patients to be savvy.
Yes.
I want them to do research. I want them because the most feared patient I have. Oh, Dr. Mike, whatever you say scares the hell out of me because it's all me.
Yeah.
It's your machine.
But you should shop around.
Girls,
you should shop around and find a doctor that you trust.
You have to.
Okay.
It's second only to a life partner.
Okay.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
With less fingering.
Yeah.
Well,
Dr. Mike, this is a perfect time to mention that I had a great conversation with your boss, Kevin Mahoney, CEO of Penn Medicine, a few weeks ago. You were talking about the history, and Penn Medicine, Pennsylvania Hospital, is the first hospital in America.
Absolutely. Have you been in that library?
Yeah, he was talking about it. He had glowing things to say about you.
Well, listen, what can I tell you? I do pay him a couple bucks.
There you go.
Once
For
in a while.
kind words.
Hey, Doctor, listen.
But listen, back on that, and I know we got to run, but
Yeah.
real quick, that library. I could feel the presence of. I mean, Philadelphia is so replete, and if you want to get a cool thing to do, go to the Mutter Museum at the College of Physicians.
We've done it.
I was just there this past weekend, and the history of medicine is something that just drives my engine, and Philadelphia is replete with history of amazing medical breakthroughs and I mean, even Ben Franklin, he developed he had bladder stones, and I don't know how he did it, but he came up with instruments to get them out of his bladder. I mean, it's just fascinating.
Amazing.
Wow.
All right, my man, thank you for checking in. We do appreciate it. Dr. Mike Srigliano.
Love you.
And medicine.
Love ya.
Love ya. All right. Well, let me see here. I had one more, but it's kind of. Should we do one more?
Go for it.
Well, it's kind of what?
Kind of lengthy.
Oh. I can go with lengthy, just not girthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Lengthy?
Shut up. Shut up, Richard.
All right.
Your brain's the one with the shut on it.
I will touch on this. Colin Ross, a psychiatrist and researcher, has mentioned something called maladaptive daydreaming. This is something I've not heard of before. So it's people who spend more than half of their waking hours creating elaborate and intricately detailed fantasies with narratives and characters in their mind. In extreme cases, people can daydream for up to 12 hours a day.
This sounds very Walter Mitty-esque.
The story's plot lines can go on for decades at a time, and it may sound wonderful and inspiring, but these people are so immersed in their inner world that it can cause huge disruptions to daily life and result in severe distress.
So these daydreams are actually buttressing up and piercing through to the real world?
Yeah, well, kind of so, yeah.
Robbing
because
it,
it takes up their time. This is not nearly as rare as it might sound. It's probably in the ballpark of 2 to 4% of the adult population. I wouldn't mind actually opening this up to phone calls at some point if there are people that do this. Regular daydreaming isn't inherently bad. It's quite the opposite. If you don't daydream at all, Ross says, I'd feel sorry for you. Though self-reported questionnaires, researchers estimated 30 to 50% of our mental activity while we are awake is spent in thoughts that are not related to what we're doing in that moment. Not only can daydreaming benefit emotional regulation, emotional empathy, and creativity, but it also can relieve boredom and help people find meaning in their life experiences. Maladaptive daydreaming, however, can become completely absorbing. He said it causes distress and it interferes with your ability to function, but you keep doing it because of the compulsive quality. And this is what makes it a maladaptive disorder. When they eventually snap out of the daydreaming episode, maladaptive daydream sufferers tend to experience their fantasies as futile and a waste of time. Yet the addictive nature of it means that the cycle continues.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
That guy.
And apparently it's hard to break. The problem arises when the person no longer harnesses the fantasy and the fantasy begins to harness the person.
Well, it seems like you've crossed the line into delusional at that point.
I mean, listen, at a certain point, if it's this bad, then you got to put pen to paper. You know what I mean? Like maybe make a story. Do you know what I mean? Like do something constructive with this fantasy that's in your head.
Because of the time spent daydreaming, people with maladaptive daydreaming naturally withdraw from social occasions or relationships and become isolated, which in turn leads to a cycle of shame and regret.
I got to go feed my Yeti.
It says, imagine your favorite TV show, but you're the protagonist. It does kind of sound like the Walter Mitty thing,
Yeah,
Steve.
it absolutely does.
If a person has unmet emotional needs, maladaptive daydreaming provides a chance for people to feel as though that they are being met. For example, maladaptive daydreamers typically have a strong sense of being present in their daydreams and are often loved or heroic in the tales.
My Yeti loves me.
Maladaptive daydreaming has been associated with various risk factors that seem to increase its prevalence. For example, some studies have linked MD with childhood trauma such as neglect, emotional abuse, and attachment issues, with those individuals using maladaptive daydreaming to avoid painful memories and feelings.
It gives you some place to escape to.
Yeah.
Now, that's sad.
It also provides a way to cope with the challenges that arise from neurodiversity. The movie Sucker Punch.
Yes.
That was all going on in her head, right?
Yeah.
One study of 235 adults with an autism spectrum disorder diagnosis, 43% of them reported experiences of maladaptive daydreaming, and these experiences were closely tied to loneliness and emotional regulation difficulties. Other research has shown strong links or similar cognitive features between with both dissociative and compulsive disorders like ADHD, OCD, depression, and anxiety.
These things float so close to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, to specifically diagnose a situation, because this could easily be in my mind, and of course I'm pre-med, or that this would be very similar to 5 or 6 other things I can think of immediately. But
well, that's why there's.
Yeah.
They call the spectrum.
Right.
These things. There's different grades to which level you fall into, and it may not be an imposition or inconvenience for you to have some daydreams, but for other people it's like all they think about.
I know. It's consuming.
Let me go to a real quick call. We got a break here in just a second. I have Grace on the line. Hey, Grace. Good morning.
Good morning.
Grace. Hi, Grace. So you are a art therapist, it says here.
Yes, I am. I actually work within the Princeton House for Penn Medicine. So when I heard you guys talking to Dr. Mike, I was like, oh, my God, this is so cool.
Excellent. All right, so what's your experience with these maladaptive daydreams?
So basically, when I heard you guys talk, I was really connected, especially because one of y'all said something about Walter Mitty, and I use that a lot when I was speaking with my clients about how we can use mindfulness instead of kind of like playing into our daydreams.
Okay.
So being more grounded, being able to kind of notice what's happening around us, staying more into what we're doing for our daily lives, like noticing the birds chirping, the cool clouds in the sky, trying to bring us back to a space where we can regulate ourselves, especially when we're a little bit dysregulated.
So with the Walter Mitty thing, he loses himself completely in these daydreams. And you're saying if you have a healthy or at least knowledgeable relationship with them, you can sort of use them to your advantage?
Exactly, yeah. So when we're thinking about it, especially when we're dysregulated, sometimes we need to put ourselves into a place of calm or a place of relaxation that physiologically brings our bodies back down to more of a regulated state.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And you've dealt with patients like this?
Yes, on the daily, actually.
Oh, okay,
but,
there you go.
It's really interesting because since I'm an art therapist, we'll think about how we can feel dysregulated, especially if we're in the moment when we're not feeling our best selves. And we use art to kind of connect with that as well. So there's a lot of different tools that can kind of bring us back down to like a more regulated normal.
Very interesting.
Good. Excellent. All right,
very cool.
Appreciate you checking in, Grace. Thank you so much. It was just something I was not aware of. Thought that was kind of an interesting situation that people can find themselves in.
Knowledge is good.
And knowledge, to quote Faber, Faber College? Yeah,
Faber College.
Not institution. Faber College. Knowledge is good. This is how we should wrap up the Just Saying Institute. Steve, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Knowledge
is good. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll get back in a second. We got the B file on the way. Stay with us. Extremely sensitive to that. Like you could even just kind of gesture like you're going to do it and they immediately cringe.
What part of your body would you say, though you're not very ticklish, is the most ticklish?
Yeah, probably the armpit.
When I've had my lower intestine tickled with a mag light, it's so ticklish.
One of my favorites, though, was to find out that somebody just above the kneecap is ticklish there because it's so easy to just reach over and squeeze real quick.
Yep.
And it's not a tickling thing; it's a squeeze thing.
Yeah.
And it does something to the nerves in there. And that one was my favorite to get people
with Claire. It's the sides. It's her hips.
Oh man,
ba-boom.
Yep, I believe it. All right. So why is armpit licking becoming more popular?
Food's expensive.
The internet has a lot to answer for. As discussions pop up on online forums, it normalizes the kink and exposes more people to it. Once people find community, they find more value and they're able to feel less shame about their fetishes because they have people who can relate and exchange clips and things
You find your groups.
Yeah.
And you don't feel so alone.
Yeah, totally. Listen, man, it was like when I found out about ASMR.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I felt liberated. It was like I came out of the closet or something like that because I thought I was the only one person who had this weird thing when I would hear certain sounds and found that appealing, and it would put me in a trance-like state. And it was ages ago, well over a decade ago, that I found out other people had this. I'm like, oh my, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not a monster.
It's like I can't be the only one who gets intimate with roadkill.
So maybe the armpit licking for some people is a revelation.
Having spent time in a dominatrix chambers,
you did for the show,
live on this show. I understand the tickling thing, but the tickling that I got was juxtaposed to pain, right?
Yes.
So it was when they were whipping me, and that hurt really, really bad. And then they would take these like feathers or these long, and then, but. So when that happens right after you get done being whipped, it feels so much better.
Right. Wasn't that place like right in the city?
It was an old city.
Old city, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of dungeons in the city. But yeah, so that's what they do, Case. They take these two extremes, and take you back and forth between them because they can be so kind and wonderful until you're a bad boy.
I don't think I want the extreme. Do you remember a particular moment?
It's just so funny because we have video of it. It'll never see the light of day, but there is a point I'm laying on my stomach and I'm being whipped, and it hurts so bad, and I just go like. I'm like flopping like a dolphin, and I go, I'm done.
Did they give you a safe word?
I'm done.
You also had the lit can or the
can. That was fine. That was more of just like a show thing. But no, there were
the lit what? I don't know. What
they lit. They put like cotton on my nipples.
Yes,
and then they lit it on fire, and then they cupped it with a with a cup, and
they
then
did the cupping, and it sucked your boobies, sucked your boobie up in there.
Yeah. But the clothespins on the nutsack hurt a lot.
Oh my god!
And then when I asked to take it off, it actually hurt more.
Yeah,
that sensation of it coming off of.
Let's step back just a second here. This is on the radio.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember everything that we've done over the years. They took clothespins.
Yeah, I didn't know that was
pinned your sack.
Just the skin part.
Yeah, I know that. Not the boys, but still, we did that.
You did that to me.
We did that. That was.
I just want to let you know.
Was that Month of Stunts?
What you guys did to me? Yeah. On Month of Stunts. That one. I listen.
That was before you, Marissa.
I felt like I was in a moment where I wasn't allowed to say no. You know what I mean?
On the show.
In the show, in the moment, it was like one of those, like, oh, you're gonna do what?
Well, let's remember that was the same point in time when you were saying, "I'd like to get shot in the ass with a 22."
Were you mildly game for it when they brought it up?
No. Listen, my genitals were exposed. Like I didn't want my genitals exposed. Like that's very vulnerable.
Yeah,
it's. A lot of champ down there, you know what I'm saying?
What was more vulnerable, the Brazilian wax?
That one, well, I mean, I bled, but when I got waxed, surprisingly, the back end didn't hurt like at all.
Right,
like,
the front end was horrible.
Actually, right above the pubic bone area was the most sensitive.
Okay.
All right, allegations that people can only describe as disgusting and nauseating are coming out of the Baltimore County Fire Department. The situation has now sparked a police investigation, raising major public health concerns. A Baltimore County Fire employee is being investigated for inappropriate behavior at work. And this comes after the employee allegedly made videos of himself spanking it in public areas at multiple firehouses in the county.
Is that part of a community outreach?
For all I know, it is. But
you can jack it in front of this one or that one.
Verify. So in a letter, Baltimore County Fire Chief Joseph Dixon says that the county health officer and experts told him even if the allegations are substantiated, the risk to employees is minimal to none. But even so, fire department employees are encouraged to get tested at the employee health center. They initiated hazmat cleaning of all career stations and fire department offices in the public safety building. And it includes door handles, push plates, light switches, bathrooms and fixtures, water fountains, kitchens, surfaces, sinks, appliances inside and out. bunk rooms, the beds and furniture, inside and out of lockers, floors, several vehicles will also undergo professional cleaning and sanitation.
Remember, a good firefighter always brings his own hose.
This guy was rubbing it out all over the place.
Yeah.
They're also working to replace all station ice machines in response to the allegations.
Replace.
This guy was filming himself. I'm thinking he took videos of him
spanking
it in these areas.
This is an incredibly thorough cleaning.
3 stations' ice machines have already been replaced at the time of the publication.
You know, I haven't jacked it by the bell yet.
So Steve Redmer, the president of the Baltimore County Professional Firefighters, Local 1311, said that the actions were a serious breach of trust and it has no place in the department. Baltimore County Police say that an investigation is on.
Apparently, they had to hire a therapist for the Dalmatian.
All right, here's a follow-up for you. A Missouri judge who wore an Elvis Presley wig in his courtroom and played the singer's music from his phone during court proceedings has agreed to a deal that would cut his career on the bench short. Judge Matthew Thornhill in suburban St. Louis faces a 6-month unpaid suspension under the deal that he reached with the state board to avoid disciplinary hearing.
But I will be finishing my career dressed as Tom Jones.
After the suspension, he would serve 18 more months on the bench before resigning from the St. Charles County Circuit Court. The agreement is pending before the Missouri Supreme Court. Thornhill wrote in a letter that he intended to add levity to at times what he thought would help relax litigants. But he said, I now recognize that this could affect the integrity and solemnity of the proceedings.
That's right, man.
He said, I can't assure I'll do my very best in the future to serve the people of the state of Missouri with honor and dignity.
Send you to death.
While the Commission on Retirement, Removal, and Discipline also faulted Thornhill for talking about politics from the bench, it highlighted his affinity for the king of rock and roll first. The court file is sprinkled with photos of Thornhill on the bench or posing with staff in a plastic Elvis wig and sunglasses.
All right, here's a general question for you. Do you think judges should be allowed to cosplay?
Wow. During a hearing,
yeah.
I got to say, I'm on the fence, Steve.
Okay,
there are times when it might be fun.
What if you go in and Link is sitting behind the bench?
I'd appreciate that.
There you go, right?
He's a very, his heart is true.
Heart is true.
Yeah.
So you'd have a fair hearing in that court.
So the bear stories keep coming. Earlier this month, a man in Altadena, California, found out that a 550-pound black bear had been living under his home for more than 2 weeks and wouldn't leave. Well, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife set up a large metal trap on the property. They sprayed it with cherry and caramel scents to lure the bear out. Good news is the trap worked. Bad news is they caught the wrong bear. A healthy 3 or 4-year-old male bear wandered into the trap instead of the squatter underneath the house. That bear...
They got Jimmy.
Yeah, that bear was released the next day to a nearby habitat. The bear under the home, nicknamed Yellow 2120 because of the tag on its ear, has been in the area for about 5 months. Wildlife officials say this is common behavior for bears that are looking for a warm place to den during the winter. But
under a house.
Yeah. He's hanging out.
Why not?
They got the wrong guy.
Wow. Big chubby bear with a furry little tail.
Research from Finance Buzz reveals the Christmas songs that annoy Americans the most. They use data from Google Trends and survey of 1,250 U.S. adults to create the list. And surprisingly, before I reveal?
The one that annoys the most?
What do you think?
I'll tell you one that annoys the F out of me, and maybe that'll translate, and it's one that's annoyed me forever, is Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
That's a novelty song. That did not make the top 10 on this list.
So if we're talking an established Christmas song that people hate.
Yeah, annoying. So, yeah, I guess that would be hate.
I'm having a tough time.
And it's surprising, Press?
It's surprising. It's extremely surprising.
Is it, in fact, White Christmas?
No, it's not. That's number 8 on this list, though.
Is it Rudolph?
It is not Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's not even in the top 10.
Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time.
That is number 9 on the list.
Is it Mariah Carey?
It is Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas, which is also one of the most loved Christmas songs.
Yeah.
So I think maybe by sheer overplay,
repetition,
that people find it to be enough. You know what I mean?
What happens? It's often used the bridge or the chorus or whatever it's referred to as. It's often used that snippet when they're tagging a Christmas.
All I want for Christmas is you. Yeah. So.
And it's also one of like the first ones you hear.
At the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's number one. Then you have the Chipmunk song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the classic one. Christmas, Don't Be Late.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have Feliz Navidad from Jose Feliciano.
Which I love.
I don't find that annoying at all.
I find it. In fact, I just found a re-love of it this year.
That one could be an earworm. Like, it gets stuck in your head.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
And we don't know any other words except Feliz Navidad.
Prospero.
I know the whole thing.
Do you? Sing it
Feliz
for-
Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad.
So there you go.
I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Hey. Then you have Holly Jolly Christmas at number 4. Burl Ives, the classic.
So that is what appears at the end of Rudolph.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Then we have, all right, so this is a specific, well, no, I guess it's covered by singers, a variety of singers. Baby, It's Cold Outside. I love that song. I know that it's
rapey.
It's rapey, supposedly. The guy's trying to talk her into one more drink. Come
Baby,
on,
it's
baby.
cold outside.
Oh, Jesus.
That's not Benadryl. That's just the eggnog.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine there needs to be a version of him singing that song?
It's cold. It's 71 outside.
Wow.
It is. It is funny though because you're hearing because when I was putting up the lights, I heard a couple of different versions of it, and she's like, "Just another cigarette more." They're talking about like, "Hey, let's just catch a butt real quick."
Smoking and drinking.
Just another tab of acid.
Number 6 is Deck the Halls.
Love it.
Number 7 is Happy Christmas, War is Over.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh.
Yeah, that is Avery's favorite song.
It's a beautiful song, except for the Yoko singing.
Yeah.
That's it. When it gets to the chorus, I'm like, she doesn't do the over the top screaming, but it's still, it's just not a good voice. But it's a beautiful song. I still love it.
The first notes of that song will make you tear up. That part. That's her singing White Christmas.
I was wrong. It wasn't Avery's favorite song is the Band-Aid song. Is that?
No, different song.
Yeah.
So the Band-Aid song is Do They Know It's Christmas?
Yeah.
Number 8 is White Christmas, the ultimate classic.
Dude, that's my jam right
Beautiful
there,
song.
man.
WMMR.
All right, couple shout-outs before we get to the B file. Casey, why don't you lead the charge here, brother?
I have to do this because I ran into this kid last night at the gym. I was at Rocky Run Y, and I was on, the
Pec deck.
It was the pec deck. No, is that what it's called? It's the fly and then the rear delt machine.
Okay, there you go.
And I'm just sitting there, and I just hear this guy say something like, "Well, just ask him yourself, right?" So I get done my exercise, and I turn around, and there's this kid. Right, he just graduated, not graduated, but just got done 7th grade. His kid's name is Liam, and he goes, "Hey, are you that guy from WMMR?" And I was like, "Yeah." I'm like,
that's cool.
So this kid, his name is Liam, and he was at the Rocky Run Y working out by himself. And he and his grandma, Carol, they listen to our show every morning when she drives him into school. And he recognized. I was like, he just recognized my voice.
That is so wild and so fun.
So this kid was the superstar of the gym. So he was working out with these two dudes because he just went over and asked these guys some questions. And apparently he just, he looks stuff up on YouTube.
Yeah.
So he knows like all this stuff. And then these other like college kids come over. They're like, "Yo, dude, how old are you, bro?" So he was like the rock star of the gym and he was working out. And so Liam, I want to give him a shout out. This shout out is for you. And keep up the great work. Like getting out there, exercising, and
Was his grandma working out or no?
She was not working out. But anyway, I took a selfie with him and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm going to post this, but I said, have your mom or grandmom or whoever email me and let me know if that's okay. I said, I'm not going to post anything unless I get permission from somebody who looks over you.
Very responsible.
And I got that permission last night.
Oh, cool.
Shout out to you, Liam.
All right, and here's a shout out. This is from Ed and Shannon Fuller. It says, hey, I'm requesting a big shout out to my youngest Eddie this Thursday, today. His high school career is dunzo, he says. June 18th, graduates from Ocean City High School in New Jersey. He really took advantage of his school years and enjoyed a plethora of activities, played multiple sports, including varsity soccer, starting keeper all 4 years, hockey, tennis, even helped to start the boys volleyball team. And he held distinguished honors all 4 years and was member of many clubs, including French, Spanish, math, and drama clubs, where he landed a big scene-stealing dance number from Guys and Dolls. My wife and I couldn't be prouder than the man he's become. Good luck at University of Tampa, and we love you. That, like I said, is from Ed and Shannon Fuller in Cape May County, New Jersey. And he says, P.S., have a nice flight. So here's that chart. Congrats. And I'm going to throw a shout out to my best buddy in the world, Steve Lesick, and his daughter, Naomi Nooms. They're driving from St. Louis to Denver right now. And they're listening to us. So, yeah, it's a long one. It's a good, 13-hour drive or so. But they got us with them the whole way, which is cool.
Is this for vacation or heading back? No, can't be.
It's a.
Is she Dunzo?
No, she's not Dunzo. No, it's an interesting situation
all right.
in that she's going to house sit for a little bit.
Okay,
but Steve is driving her there. 13 hours, and then he's got time to grab a bite to eat, and then he's getting on a plane and flying back to St. Louis.
Wow. Leaving the car with her.
Yeah. So it's a long.
It's a good daddy
day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Started at 5 a.m. He's not gonna get home till midnight.
Oh my God! So he's essentially just driving across Kansas, and that's it.
And then coming right back. Yeah. Kansas, and then halfway through Colorado.
I actually love driving through Kansas when I
drive across all of Missouri, all of Kansas, and a little bit of Colorado.
My God.
Yeah, so it's a long one. All right, so shout to those guys, and let's get to the Befile.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
So we'll begin with this story. A Missouri man pleaded guilty to 1 count of first-degree endangering the welfare of a child after being accused of trying to trade a foster child for a monkey.
Man, those monkeys are cool. And, maybe he had a dream when he was a young man, Preston.
Brenda Deutsch entered the plea deal with prosecutors and is now facing up to 7 years behind bars and a fine of up to $10,000. Investigations had started last August with reports to social services of missing school, and later that child was now living in Texas after being exchanged, and this is what it says, being exchanged with an individual for a monkey.
And in 1962, a little boy was born, and his dream and his goal was to own a monkey.
Was to trade a child for a monkey.
Yeah. All I had to do is trade his firstborn.
Trade my firstborn for a monkey.
The reason, according to the reports, was that the 70-year-old woman and the child, quote, weren't getting along.
Maybe a monkey. Listen, sweetheart, this isn't working out. We're going in a new direction. We're going monkey.
All right. An Alabama ice cream shop spat over a bad review ended with 2 arrests. Mallory and Ryan Goldman, owners of the Local Scoop ice cream shop in Bay Minute, were charged with harassment and criminal mischief. And it all started when a customer, Daniel Smith, left a 1-star review when the shop opened in March. Apparently, they gave him the wrong order, and he didn't get good service.
And so that's the customer's prerogative.
Yeah. Smith said that he had forgotten all about it until Mallory
it's him.
Reminded him 3 months later. He was working as a delivery driver when Mallory recognized him at a stoplight and asked to talk about the review. He agreed to meet her in a McDonald's parking lot, and the nearly 15-minute argument was caught on video. Smith said Ryan showed up, knocked the phone from his hand, and stomped on it.
Man, she's been sitting on that all that time?
All that time. And listen, it's a 1-star. It's one star review.
Yeah.
Maybe reply to them, which you can do.
How do we make this better?
And exactly.
Would you like a monkey?
Try to find a way to make it better.
By the way, does the story indicate whether or not the ice cream shop went out of business, or was it still?
No,
right.
I don't think.
I agree with you. If it's one star review, what's that?
I know. Mallory later apologized, saying that she was embarrassed by how she acted.
I think I loathe bad reviews. I do. I think, just don't go back. And
sometimes you've caught him on a bad day. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, there was one that I saw. The person left a bad review, and as it turns out, there were some majorly extenuating circumstances. Like the person that took the order had a seizure. When the person showed up, there was literally an ambulance there taking somebody out.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree because then the management can reply.
Yeah.
And then that person can remove that review if they feel that they had done it in error. I would assume that you can. So, know.
I do it another way. I talk to the manager. Go talk to them specifically. Say, this is what I encountered.
Yeah. Like give them the opportunity to get better, and then...
Give you a monkey.
And then if they don't, listen, I think I don't know.
There's a basket of monkeys in the front. Grab one on the way out.
We did you dirty. Grab a monkey on the way.
Yeah.
All right, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is investigating an accidental shooting that was reported early Tuesday morning at a home. The shooting was reported just before 2:30 a.m. News crews went to the scene and saw multiple deputies outside of the home. And one neighbor said, and this is why I bring it up in the bizarre file, that he often hears noises coming from the home and didn't think anything serious had occurred. He said, we've always heard noises coming from the house. I'd hear screaming, but I figured it was normal for them and just didn't do any. Didn't think something was actually happening in the house.
Normal suburban screaming. It's like the homes around the house in Poltergeist. That's what goes on over there.
Deputies later confirmed that a man had accidentally shot himself while handling his gun. He was airlifted by fire rescue in critical condition.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, I know. The man's identity has not been released as of yet.
Oh, they're screaming all the time over there.
A Florida man is suing several law enforcement agencies for his arrest and prosecution for allegedly luring a child after he was wrongly identified using faulty AI facial recognition software. I'm actually coming across several stories like this from time to time.
What they're doing a lot of times is a lot of these civilian judge and juries will get people cornered and they have the wrong person and they'll throttle the people.
Mm-hmm. According to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, an algorithm returning 93% probability that Robert Dillon was the man caught on security cameras at a McDonald's in the town attempting to persuade an unaccompanied girl aged younger than 12 to leave with him. Dillon, however, lives in Fort Myers, more than 300 miles and a 5-hour drive away, and told detectives that he has never been to Jacksonville Beach in his life. The case was dismissed and charges dropped last year over the August 2024 incident, and now he's filed a lawsuit against the police department and the officer and Bob Gulateri, the sheriff, whose agency maintains and operates the FACES system, which is what allows them to, do the recognition.
Right.
So the investigation resulted in the wrongful arrest and prosecution of an innocent man, according to the ACLU. They filed a lawsuit. Mr. Dillon was arrested at his home in front of his wife, is accused of attempting to lure a child, a charge carrying devastating social stigma and permanent reputational destruction. He was subjected to months of criminal prosecution and publicly branded with a mugshot that remains accessible online long after the charges were dropped. He no longer feels comfortable being friendly to children. No law enforcement agency has ever apologized or acknowledged the error.
That's horrible.
The lawsuit further alleges that his case is the 15th nationally to have involved a person being charged or arrested after false identification.
I hate hearing stuff like this.
So last month, they found that the oversight of AI recognition systems was woefully inadequate in the UK and elsewhere, and that advances in technology were far outpacing authorities' abilities to regulate it.
Is it possible it was actually Bob Dylan that they were looking for?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I did not see that in the story. But apparently, this guy could not have been there and done this. And like I said, I've seen several stories like this. It's kind of scary.
Terrific.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment or two, a little bit later on, the 9 o'clock hour. Ryan Shaner, who's going to be performing at Punchline, will be joining us. And you, my friend, can get signed up for our Preston and Steve blood drive tomorrow. We want to fill those slots up. Just go to PrestonandSteve.com. We're putting the final push on this today, because that's it.
That's it.
We want you to get signed up. You need to do it now. We'll be back in just a moment. Number 9, as we said earlier, is Wonderful Christmas Time from Paul McCartney.
Well, you have some whopper Christmas classics in this list.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right. It can't be on the quality of the song. It's got to be on the repetition level.
I think so.
But I mean, that's what this time of year is all about.
You know what used to be, though? It used to be that Mulls were the big perpetrator of burnout on Christmas music, but the mall culture has pretty much gone away now.
Right. Yeah.
So that used to be a thing when you go shopping, retail, and you'd go from store to store, you would hear all over the place.
Yeah.
So I don't know where people are hearing it most now. I don't really go shopping that much anymore. So I don't know that I'm being beaten down by the Christmas songs.
I noticed it at restaurants. Last night we were at Nifty 50s. And I mean, my favorite Christmas songs are Wham! I love The Waitresses, Christmas Rapping.
That's a great song.
The Kinks, Pierre introduced me to that song, which is really fun. But the other songs, like the classic ones, I think of them like Nickelback songs.
Okay.
Like you start singing along to it and you catch yourself. And if you're in the mood, you're like, yeah, this is a jam.
Right.
But otherwise, you might get a little mad at yourself and you're like, damn it, why am I singing Christmas music?
Oh my God,
right
I'm singing
now?
Nickelback right now. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Number 10 on this list is Do You Hear What I Hear?
Beautiful song.
Yeah,
and I don't get that because that is a beautiful song.
Those are all the standards right there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there'd be a lot more quirky songs that I was unaware of, but no. So I'm gonna say it's repetition.
A man drove at excessive speeds to evade police officer after he was caught using a sex toy in the back of his car. Mehboob Mohammed.
Well, there you go.
Was initially spotted by witnesses in Glasgow's Castlemilk. So this was in Scotland.
How you liking that fleshlight?
Mohammed was found half naked with his phone propped up as he committed a sex act on himself.
How's it feel, McBoob?
He was reported to police who later found him in a state of panic. Mohammed went on to drive at excessive speeds, going on the wrong way, and went through a red light as officers pursued him. He pled guilty to public indecency. The court heard that witnesses' attention was drawn to Mohammed's Honda. He was noted to be in the back seat carrying out a sex act with a toy. One witness approached the car to see that Mohammed had no pants, socks, or shoes with his phone propped up as he was watching something. Mohammed said, "I'm waiting on a friend." And the witness replied, "Get out your car, you beastie bitch. I'm taking your picture of your registration."
Get out your car, you beastie bitch?
Yeah. Mohammed.
So he's listening to the Stone song.
Mohammed shouted, "No," and put his pants back on.
No!
And got into the front seat before he drove off.
So he was in the back seat of a stop car.
Yeah.
All right. So, not good, but not horrific.
He was just being a beastie
He was
bitch.
being a beastie bitch in the back. The typical McBoob beastie bitch thing.
Police were contacted and traced Mohammed in his car, who was profusely sweating. He continued to refuse to comply and drove towards officers who had to take evasive action. A police traffic stop eventually was carried out, and they got him, and he was arrested. I'll start with a nice story. A little dog named Chaco has been reunited with his family in Sacramento nearly 5 years after he disappeared. Chaco was found tied to a fence in Detroit, Michigan, more than 2,000 miles away from his home.
Wow.
And nearly 5 years since he had gone missing.
Does it mention what kind of dog, Preston?
No. He was microchipped, and a rescue dog group flew him home after he was taken to a shelter.
I need to see a picture of this because when I was in Detroit just a month or so ago, I was driving down this highway and there was a dog on the side of the road, and I hope it was this dog. You know what I mean?
Chaco?
Yeah, because I was, and I was just going
down, Chaco, down, Chaco.
I was
Sorry, it was a big snort.
Chaco!
He's gone crazy. Kill him.
He's got foam in his mouth. He's rabid. Shut him.
All right, we found a picture of him, Casey. Sam pulled him up on the monitor. Is this Chaco? Or is that's the dog? That's not your Chaco?
That's not my dog.
Okay.
Chaco is adorable.
He is. All right, Chaco's owners had nearly given up hope after they had thinking they'd never see him again. His owner said, "My heart is beating out of my chest. I'm extremely shocked." Oh my God, Chaco, it's so good to see you. I love you. Come here.
He turned bad. He turned bad.
No, they said I called the number, and he's like, "Yes, he is in Lincoln." They said, "You're talking about Lincoln, California, right?"
No,
they
the
said,
president.
They said, "No, Lincoln, Michigan."
Oh, wow.
No one knows how Chaco got to Michigan, but his family is just happy and grateful that he is
He
back.
probably joined a religious cult.
That's cool. All right, a woman in the UK was hospitalized after an ad on her...
Chaco.
I keep thinking about Chaco. All right, this is a wild story, but there's an unfortunate angle to it. But anyhow, a woman in the UK was hospitalized after an ad on her Samsung smart fridge made her think that she was having a psychotic episode. According to a Reddit post from her sibling, a woman who has schizophrenia, she saw a message on her refrigerator, and it said, "We're sorry to upset you, Carol." And it was on a creepy yellow background. The woman's name is Carol, and she thought someone was trying to communicate through the appliance.
So she has schizophrenia. She knows about this. She sees this message, and she thinks she's having an episode.
Exactly. So she spent 2 days in the hospital while doctors adjusted her medication. Her sibling later saw the same ad on Facebook and realized it was a promotion for Plurbis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God! Because Carol, yes.
Yeah.
And when they told her, did it help?
Well, they adjusted her medication and they got her straightened out. So, but yeah, we have a picture of here. So this is on. You're schizophrenic. Your name is Carol, and you see this on your refrigerator. You know, you're going to think, "Oh my God, I'm lapsing back." You know,
you're going to. So, not to go off on the show Pluribus, but it's really there's a point later on in the first episode where somebody high in the government is giving an address, and you think he's going to address everything that's going on in the world, and he says, "We want you to calm down, Carol."
Okay.
And so that's the tone. I'd freak out if I saw this.
Yep. So Samsung began showing ads on its smart fridges earlier this year, though owners can turn off the feature in the settings. So in Washington state, health officials warned residents that heavy rain and floodwaters could sweep rats into the sewer system and up into their toilets.
Awesome.
The Seattle and King County Public Health Department issued a warning in a Facebook post on Thursday. They said the heavy rain and floodwaters may sweep rodents into the sewer systems. If a rat visits your toilet, take a deep breath and follow these tips. And it added along with infographics outlining what to do if a rat appears in your toilet.
Hi.
The infographics instruct residents to stay calm, close the toilet lid, and flush. If the rat is still there, you should pour dish soap into the toilet and flush the toilet again until the rat is gone. So you just keep flushing until the rat is gone.
The notion of a rat making it up through the pipe that way is amazing.
It is.
Yeah, because that is a small hole, and the rats are pretty big.
Yeah, well, so I'm assuming that the dish soap is so that they will slide easier through the pipes. The warning comes after Washington State faced a deluge of historic flooding this month, which caused extensive damage of roads and other infrastructure.
I'll just take a dump outside before I forget that.
Now you got rats coming up through your toilet.
Rat head poking up through the crapper.
I saw this article that it was a study that was done. These are Finnish researchers that found that Americans drop more F-bombs than any of their UK counterparts.
Oh, yeah.
Which is actually surprising, I think.
I think, are they fancying the C word now more?
Oh, it doesn't indicate that. It doesn't say which is preferred. This is mainly the F-bomb.
All right, yeah.
The C word in London has a different connotation.
Yeah.
It's not derogatory, right?
No, I think it is.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I'm not going to. You're not going to see it pop up in Hallmark cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not.
I thought it was a little more cheeky.
It's just not as abrasive, I think, over there as it is here.
As evil as it feels here. Like there's no going back.
Right.
When you drop the C word.
One cut, you've made your opinion known.
Yes.
But you can say you F. Yeah. And here it'll be, okay, buddy.
Right.
But I mean, if it also depends on the way you launch it.
Right. But the C word here, I think, is a mic drop.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
It's tough to come back to. I think it's fun to throw that one.
So, Marissa, what I think you're thinking of, in Australia, the C word is kind of ubiquitous for friend. Like a lot of them will use that when it's one of your mates, they'll use that one in particular. So,
and the interesting thing about Australia in this article, and I'm glad you brought that up, Ryan, is Australians apparently are the most creative in their use of the F word. Okay, this is according to this published study that was done.
Yeah, we need to know this for the holidays.
They don't say it more than us, which I found surprising. I thought Australians would say the F word more than Americans did, but they don't, but they are more creative in their use. This study was conducted by scientists at the University of Eastern Finland, set out to investigate the uses of notorious expletives on social media and across different countries. So to accomplish this, they examined 7.8 billion words that were posted on social media from the U.S. and the UK and Australia between 2006 and 2023. So it's a good long study. They focused on the F word because it is the most frequently used obscenity and the most likely to ruffle feathers in polite company per the study. They found that U.S. citizens use the F word the most frequently, followed by Brits, and then lastly, Australians, contrary to the perception that Aussies are particularly foul-mouthed.
Yeah, which would be a perception that I have. I think the F word has been sort of muted a bit over the years, so you can be very casual with it, and it just becomes sort of a cast out, a sentence enhancer, Preston.
Yes,
to quote
like
SpongeBob. That's interesting. I would have thought completely the other way around, that the Aussies were much more aggressive.
So in their creative use, they were most creative with their spelling variants. They used 2,160 spelling variants of the word compared to 1,969 in the U.S. and 1,474 in the UK.
This I'm not following. What do they when they talk about a spelling variant? They're just spelling the F word differently?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one. Here are some of the iterations. One is spelled F-U-R-K-E-R-S or F-U-K-K-E-N or F-U-K-K-E-N-G. FARC, which actually is a great website that I go to regularly. And guy issue just happened to me here a second ago. Casey looked at me because I go, ow. Yeah. He's like, what happened? And I took part of my headphones off. I go, you ever have a stomach hair get caught in a zipper or something like that?
I get neck hairs caught in zippers and threads and stuff.
I'm not that hairy around.
No.
I've had pube hair caught in a zipper.
No, this was like it got caught on my belt right here.
Oh, that sucks.
One of my tummy hairs. A little brown sugar there. Yeah. Anyway, I was like, ow. Ow. All right, listen, I wanted to go back to something I said just a moment ago. I told you my buddy Steve is driving right now with his daughter. They're doing this. He's doing this crazy trip. He's doing it. She's going one way. He's going both ways. So they're driving from St. Louis, which is on the eastern border of Missouri, all the way to Denver. And when they get there, Steve is leaving the car with Naomi, and he is jumping on. He's going to have time to get a bite to eat, and then he gets on a flight and he comes right back to St. Louis. So it starts at like 5 a.m. and he'll get back at midnight.
So, the flight's going to be a lot shorter.
Yes, the flight is going to be a lot shorter. But it is one long ass day for him. And he actually called me yesterday. He's like, hey, I got an idea for a conversation on air for you. He's like, I'm doing this thing tomorrow. And he posed it this way. What is the craziest day of intended travel that you've ever had? And that doesn't mean delays or layovers or weather played an issue.
I'm doing this. This is part of the plan.
Cancellation or anything like this. He's going into this knowing that this is going to be essentially a trip to nowhere, and it's taking all day. And I'm sure people have some stories. 610-660-9333 is the number.
I have one that falls perfectly within this realm because when I was doing stand-up comedy, about the beginning, and then the first couple of colleges I started to get booked at, I was living in Brentwood, Long Island, and the gig was in Pottstown on the Canadian border, New York. So Brentwood, middle of Long Island, up to Pottstown. Now you got it in my mind, I do not want to wake up in Pottstown and drive home. Yeah. I'm going to go for a 1-hour show. I left Brentwood, drove about 5 hours to Pottstown, and they said, okay, your room is here, and no, I'm going back. What? So I hopped back in the car after the show and drove back home. Oof. So it was about close to 9 hours, close to 10. Actually, I told you this. This is the one where I hit the blizzard traveling through the Adirondacks. So it was just dumb all the way around. But that was my intention.
Yeah.
That full day. So, that was my mindset. I still think I made the right choice, but it was a horrifically long day.
I have done something similar to what Steve has done, but at least I have slept in a hotel and then have flown out.
I didn't.
Because on Friday we did on a Friday in May. We drove out to Lansing, Michigan to pick my daughter up from school. Yeah, we drove. How did that work? We drove.
But you did an overnight stay?
I can't even remember what we ended up doing.
I think
there's an overnight stay. I'm trying to figure out when we did our London trip. We flew from here to London. I barely slept in the plane. We went through customs or whatever. Hopped in a taxi. Drove to the Thames, did our show from the Thames, grabbed a quick bite to eat at this cool little spot, right? The oldest bar in the universe. And then walked from there to our hotel.
In Leicester Square.
Then I dropped my bags at the hotel room, literally dropped my bags, took my overnight bag, hopped into
then you went to France. You went to Paris.
Yes, but then I went into the underground to the main train station.
Right.
Hopped onto another train, went through the channel, and then went to Paris, and then was up till 2:00 in the morning in Paris. So I met my cousin. That to me, that felt like an adventure, man. That was really cool. But
mine did not feel like an adventure. Right. Mine felt like what Steve's going through.
Yeah.
You're just going, and it's a function of how do I play this?
Last summer, I met Matt in Salt Lake City for the X Games. And when I was looking, so I flew from Philly to Salt Lake City. We had the weekend there. When I was looking for flights home, it was really expensive. And the way that the flights lined up, I would have pretty much missed a whole day. I would have only been out there for a day. So we decided to drive to Denver and fly out of Denver. So we left early in the morning from Salt Lake City, but we decided to do the avoid highways and just take back roads the entire way.
Yeah.
So I just had to look it up. It was an 11-hour drive.
Wow.
From Salt Lake City to Denver. And I remember we were taking our time. We were stopping and taking pictures. We saw this dinosaur spot. We went to this Mexican restaurant. And then suddenly I'm looking at the GPS and looking at my flight time. And I was like, I think we got to hop on the highway. I made it to the airport with 30 minutes before to go to my flight.
You're lucky.
Got on a plane and then flew here.
So 11-hour drive and then on the flight.
And then a 3+ hour flight.
Man, oh man. We got a lot of calls coming in. I'm going to go to Maureen. Hi, Maureen. You're on the air. Good morning.
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
That sounds like a
so happy you said that.
Broadcasting legend.
All right, what's your crazy travel day story? And by the way, these for those who are just tuning in, no delays, no weather issues, no layovers. Just you had to do straight travel.
Yeah.
What's your story?
Yeah, this was 100% intentional. My sister was in the Navy right out of high school, and she got very few leave days. So on one of her, I want to say it was a weekend pass that she had. She was stationed in Norfolk, Virginia, and my mom and I drove her back to get her before curfew in one trip. We drove from Cape May up and around the Delaware Memorial Bridge, down to Norfolk, and back.
And how long did that take?
It was 16 hours.
Jesus. Yeah, that's a full day.
We drove straight through. And luckily, we went over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And luckily, if you do a return trip within 24 hours, it's cheaper on the way back.
So there's that.
So expensive.
You're dancing with the devil, though. Is when you're on a trip that long, it's you just gotta slam coffee or soda or whatever you need to stay awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kept singing along with the radio to try to keep myself awake while I was driving. And at one point, my mom just told me, "You got to stop. You're annoying the crap out of me. You got to stop right now."
When you either start to roll down the window, and or turn on the radio and start singing, it's time. You got to pull over.
You got to.
You have to.
I've
thanks, Maureen.
I shiver at the amount of times I was on the road doing exactly that.
Yeah.
You know, with the window down and sticking my head out and all that stuff. I'm like, I'm just on the precipice of passing out driving, and it was dumb.
Yeah.
You could have killed people.
Exactly, and I did the same thing. I've done that before, and one time I flat out woke up. I was on the shoulder. I had run off the road, and I'm like, oh, my God.
I told you it was coming back on the PA Turnpike going up to New York. By some miracle, I nodded off and drove off onto the rest stop. And I found myself like barrel-assing towards, what was it at the time, an Arby's or whatever the hell it was.
Right.
And that was the wake-up call. That was the one where the hammer came down and said, watch it.
Yeah.
We had a listener call in years ago who said they hold a $100 bill out the window while they're driving.
Oh,
dude, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do any of your cars have the head nod?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Scan?
Mine
doesn't.
Yeah, the Subaru that I'm driving, it knows when you're not looking forward because it'll go beep, 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 and then the dashboard says, like, keep your eyes on the road.
Wow.
Mother effer.
Yeah, mother effer. By the way, that England trip, England, Philly to England to Paris, we left at like 6 o'clock on a Thursday. I finally put my head to my pillow on a Saturday.
Wow.
Like that's how, I mean, also you're flying 6 hours ahead, you know, whatever, but like
still.
That gets in your beard.
I'm going to go to Mark next. Hi, Mark, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's all good, my man. All right, so this crazy intended ridiculous travel that you had.
Yeah, so this was probably about 15 years ago. My father-in-law said, hey, I've got a pickup truck you can have for free. And the only catch was I had to go get it, and he lives in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, man.
my God.
So I got a buddy of mine to go with me. I paid for his plane ticket. We flew down there. My father-in-law picked us up at the airport. We went and grabbed some dinner, and then in the pickup truck and drove straight back to Maryland, which is, without traffic or weather delays, is about a 20-plus hour drive.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
So why did you have to go straight through? Or did you just say, damn it, we're just doing it?
Young, newlywed,
Yeah.
poor.
That's
and
it.
Didn't want to pay for a hotel.
Didn't want to pay for a hotel. I got you.
He'd sleep while I drove. I'd drive while he slept, and just came straight through.
Okay.
You tend to do stuff like that. For a
Thanks,
brief
Mark.
period, my dad got married, and it was annulled, to a woman who lived in Chattanooga. This is after my mom passed away, a couple years after my mom passed away. And so we're moving the furniture from the house, which is at this time, again, Long Island, down to Chattanooga. So myself, my friend Scott, and my brother Tom, we straight line drove from Long Island to Chattanooga, doing that rotation.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't care. Even though you're young and you have that kind of energy, the possibility. What I remember my friend Scott did do though is it was a U-Haul truck. And he was good, mechanically speaking. He took the governor off the engine, so the governor's on there to keep you in the speed limit.
Yep.
We were hauling ass in a U-Haul.
Let me go to Christian. Christian, you're on the air. Good morning.
Case, I have a sister.
Oh, crap.
Oh, it's
man.
Christian. Hold on.
My bad.
He's not
Come on.
Sister Christian.
That's Christian's sister.
Yeah.
All right. What's your story, brother?
Perfect. All right, guys. Yeah, so all of the hockey families are going to commiserate with this one. So back when I was younger, I played like a higher level of hockey where you had to travel to New England, southern portions of Canada, northern New York, 7, 8, 9, 10-hour drives from Delaware where I lived at the time. And, oftentimes both parents worked. So you would have one single game in Massachusetts, let's say on a weekend at, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So since my parents worked on Fridays, you'd have to drive straight through the night, play the hockey game for 2 hours, and then just drive straight back home. So you're driving 16, 18, 20 hours to play a 2-hour game and drive straight back to Delaware.
Jeez. Find another sport.
And the other interesting component to that was I got up to a much higher level where you weren't sure if you were going to play. They're called scratches in hockey. You're called a healthy scratch. If, there's 12 forwards, and if there's, 14 forwards on the team, only 12 can play. So there were a few times where I was actually scratched for the game, but you're still required to go. So my parents would have to drive me up there, watch me sit, in the stands, and then drive right back home.
Wow.
Well, that's good
dedication.
parents, yeah. We had a whole
God
run.
bless them. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate it, buddy.
We
Say
had-
hi to your sister.
Yes.
All right.
We had a run of stories. It was a while ago, if you remember, Preston, about people who drove the farthest and had forgotten something.
Oh my God.
And had to turn around.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you just want to die.
I do have a one travel story that's similar to this. It was was playing. We were going to go on a ski trip to Vail, Colorado, and so one of my band members was going with me, and we had played a gig, played at Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
Party Town.
Yeah. So we would get done at like 2:30 in the morning. Then you pack all your stuff up. It's like after 3:30 a.m. And then we jumped in the car and we drove to Vail, Colorado.
Wow.
Like leaving right then. I mean, that was, we didn't wake up at 3 a.m. We had stayed up. We played all night and then we went straight from there. But the thing I remember specifically about it, we get in my car at a Dodge Daytona. And we get out on the highway. Not 15 minutes into the drive, my speedometer stopped working. It just went to zero.
That's the kind of car.
It just went, and I'm like,
oh, man.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea how fast I was going that entire drive.
No guessing because you're not driving with any.
There was another car that we were driving with, so there was another car load of guys, but I at least had that, but I'm like, are you freaking serious?
So these are all great memories because not only are you doing these outlandish long distance driving things when you tend to be a little bit younger, but a lot of times you're doing it in a barely street legal vehicle.
Yeah.
And the risk factor is exponentially higher.
Yeah, I mean, you guys talked about my brother's Kevmobile yesterday. We took that all the way up to Maine. That was a 14-hour drive. We did it,
It's playing with fire.
Oh, but it was fun.
Let me go next to, all right, this is international. I have Tony on the line. Hey, Tony, good morning, buddy.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, my friend. All right, your crazy but intended travel story.
Well, my wife and I adopted a baby internationally. This was back in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to fly out on Christmas Eve to Moscow, Russia.
Wow.
First time I've ever seen armed guards at a United States airport because it was December of 2001. We had, our clothes, baby clothes, gifts for all the attendants at the orphanage. We were just loaded with stuff. So we make this flight. I mean, it's a long flight, 7-8 hours, whatever it was. We had to see our son before Christmas Day. That's the day we were in court, and we landed on Christmas Eve. So Oleg, our Russian driver, he just is booking down the highway from the airport to Moscow City. I couldn't even tell you how many lanes of traffic there were because there was that much snow and ice on the road.
Wow.
And he's zipping between cars, and he's on the phone with one hand, telling the orphanage, we're on our way. We get to the orphanage. We go up the steps, and at the other side of the room, in one of those little bouncy chairs in the door frame, this little kid raises his hand as if to say, "I'm here," and that was our son. Next day, we were in court, and that's when he became ours.
Wow. By the way, of course, ain't no snow like a Moscow snow.
Right.
What were we looking at?
6-foot icicles on the street, Steve. 6-foot icicles.
Jesus. Well, you know what? You can't say you didn't work for your son.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah, it was an experience, and it's one that it was best Christmas present ever, obviously.
Wow.
Adopting him on Christmas Day.
That's great.
But it was an arduous trip, to say the least.
Wow.
Well, you had Oleg to talk to.
Yeah, all props to Oleg.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Tony. Appreciate it, buddy.
He's the bandit of Russia, Preston.
Yeah, he made it.
Yeah,
to Texarkana.
The commissar and the bandit.
Let me go to Jake. Hi, Jake. You are on, my friend.
You guys rock.
Thank you, buddy. All right, what's up? What's your travel story here?
So last summer, I went on tour with my band for the first time. And the last night of tour, we were just so ready to go home. We didn't care what it took. So that morning, we had woken up in Greensboro, North Carolina, because that's where the show was the night before. Drove to Kingsport, Tennessee, which was like 3 hours away. 3 hours to the show. We play the show, and we're like, we got to go home. So we start driving to Philly, which is like an 11-hour drive that night, through the night. And we're like, we can't make it. None of us were awake enough.
Yeah.
So we called our friend in Richmond, Virginia, said, we're coming. He said, great, the door's unlocked. We get there, the door's locked.
Oh, no.
So we've been on tour for almost 2 weeks now. We're ready to go home. The door's locked. We're calling him. We're banging on the door, not getting up. So we all fell asleep on his back porch. He wakes up around 8, lets us in. We sleep for like 3 hours, drive back to Philly. All that was in about 48 hours.
Wow.
Do you remember that story? It was in the news a couple of years ago where the guys, I think it was the same thing. They were trying to get into a house of a friend and they fell asleep in the backyard, like on the patio furniture, and like 2 of them froze to death.
Oh, in Kansas City?
Was that where it was?
Well, yeah, there ended up being like a fentanyl overdose or something. Is that the one you're talking about? It was around the Super Bowl? That was crazy. Yeah.
You know what happens with these things too, Preston, is that you say you got out of your gig at 3 o'clock. There's no traffic. So you're thinking, we'll really make good time if we leave now.
Yeah.
And that a lot of times is the impetus for doing these outlandish things.
Yeah. That guy who bought the truck from his dad, I feel like my brother-in-law did that as well. He's always shopping for like a good car deal. And I think he flew to Texas, got a truck, and then immediately turned around and just drove home.
My dad did it for me for a car. He flew to Phoenix, and then he got the car and drove straight back. Like without rest, nothing.
That's
he just
crazy.
did. Yeah, it was nuts.
He was holding you out the window.
It should have been. I wasn't with him. He was all by himself, and yeah, it was just. I owe him one for that.
Yeah.
It was Camaro, man.
Oh, that's cool.
It was a bitchin' Camaro.
I didn't have a Camaro. I had a Bonneville.
I am going to go to John for our next story. Hi, John. You're on the air, buddy. Good morning. John, are you there, sir? You drove from Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, there was 2 Johns. I wasn't sure if it was me. So,
You'll always be our John.
Oh, I appreciate that. So, kind of sad story, not as good as the Russian one. Last August, I was on vacation in Montana with my family. My dad was dying, and my mom called while I was out there and she said, "He's in hospice. Don't come home. Enjoy your vacation." My sister then called my wife and said, "Get him home."
Yeah.
Now, Montana's huge. We were about 6 hours from Bozeman, so I could fly home. We get in the car at about 8 o'clock in the morning. We drive from Glacier National Park to Butte, basically driving from Erie to Philadelphia.
Okay.
Man.
They get me on a plane at the last minute to fly to Salt Lake City. I fly overnight. I land in Philadelphia at 6 in the morning, and I made it.
Okay.
He died the next day.
Wow. But
the hospice nurses were like, it was like the end of a marathon. They were cheering me on when I showed up. Like, oh my God, he made it.
Yeah. No, that's pretty cool that you managed to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
But that's a long day. You're driving 6 hours just to get to the airport and then jumping on right away and then getting out there.
Yeah.
You
know,
I love it, though. That you have a story about getting home for a loved one, adopting a child. Yeah. Those are good reasons, because I simply don't want to wake up in Pottstown. Yeah. It's not as noble.
Yeah, and what Steve's doing right now, though, is his trip is literally going nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, his destination...
The trip is the trip.
...ends where his departure started.
Yeah.
You know...
Thank God he's flying back.
Yeah.
If he had to drive back...
Yeah.
You need a bullet.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you do that, but it seems like I'm like, well, that's a waste of a day. Yeah. Although he gets to hang out with his daughter all day, which is pretty cool.
There is a world that lives, though, and we were talking about the classic AM signal that can go in the night. You'll pick up a station. It used to be, obviously without streaming. Before streaming, it was kind of like, oh my God, I'm listening to 4 states over.
Yeah, it was a beacon.
But it was stuff that would happen in those wee hours of the morning as you were driving the interstates. And some wild stuff.
Yep. Let me talk next to Steve here. Hi, Steve. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Good, man. How you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right, what's your story, brother?
When I was about 13 or 14, I have family in Tennessee, and my dad and I, he decided he wanted to go down and see him, and we took his motorcycle. And I sat on the back of his motorcycle, and it was like 12-hour ride, and we hit all kinds of weather, rain, and heavy wind.
Dude.
And once the weather cleared up, I was on the back, and he had a radio, and it was when he pulled his helmet down and would smoke. So smoke.
That's insane.
His smoke was falling back in my face, and I actually, there's one point where I nodded off on the back of the motorcycle, and of course my weight would shift, and he's like, "What are you doing back there?" And I was like, "Oh, Dad, this is," and then we had to ride back from Tennessee back to Delaware. So I only did that trip one time with him.
Yeah.
That's hellacious.
I would assume he had to stop to light the cigarette, right?
No, he actually had. It was like the old cars where you could push it into.
Okay.
Wow.
He had that on his motorcycle?
That's cool. Had that on his motorcycle, and he would use his left hand,
dude,
to push it in because you had to keep the throttle down.
That's insane. And you're sitting on the back.
A cigarette.
Dude, that's hilarious.
That's the way you get a confession out of someone. Is ride them around like that.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I had no idea that motorcycles had at some point cigarette lighters on them like that. Oh my God, that is too funny. Wow.
Well, so do you look back at these things? I honestly, I'm glad I did. Yeah. You forget the pain, and you just remember the more enjoyable aspects of it.
Yeah. No, there was another story that I had. Man, I can't remember what the hell it was. My dad and I did, some long trips driving, but nothing that was just over the top where it was like, I can't believe we're doing this.
Yeah.
There was a couple years where Matt and I would go out to that music festival, the punk festival out in Ohio.
Yeah. Right.
Left right after work on Friday, did the festival for 2 days, and drove back Sunday morning to make it here to work Monday morning. But the first year we did it, we were driving out for two bands, and the two bands that we wanted to see canceled.
No,
Because it was like right when Fat Mike from NoFX was an idiot out in Vegas. So we woke up and we were like, wait, we're going out for Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, and they're not even playing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and Marissa, you're known for rolling back and going right into work.
Yeah.
I quit doing that a long time ago.
I got that from Pierre.
Yeah.
Pierre would get right off the red eye and go right in.
Nah.
Yeah.
I mean, the last time I did it was when we went to London.
Yeah.
I can't remember ever doing anything like that. And there's a reason, because I was freaking fried after that.
That was a Herculean
long
task, and we did it. We pulled it off.
That was
fun.
Pure adrenaline.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember, I knew that it was something special when my brand new iPad exploded in the, we plugged it in and it wasn't matching up power-wise. Yeah. That was a joy.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for the calls and the stories. We do appreciate it. Every now and then you have a big one that you got to take, and it can be a bit daunting, so we appreciate that. We're going to break and come back in a moment. We do have a guest who's going to be joining us. Ryan Shaner is going to be performing at Punchline on the 3rd of July, and he's stopping by and say hello. Come back in a moment with that and more. Stay with us. Irish-derived FECK.
Right.
Which I definitely know that.
Yep.
Our buddy Murph uses that regularly.
So let me ask you, not that I suggest we test it out now, could we get away with saying the Irish iteration of the F-bomb?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why not?
Well,
go ahead.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going. But like, I'm just
I know
saying,
we
like,
can
why
say, we can Johnny Dangerously do it. And
Fargan,
Fargan ice holes.
Fargan ice holes.
But like fac and fic, like, like fiction, like,
Yeah, it's so dumb that we have to do the dance around this. But I mean, like, for example, my assumption is were you to say the Irish way, FECK, I assume it is, spelled in Ireland, you would get the same reaction, right? I mean, it would have to carry the same weight as I'm trying to describe it without saying it accidentally. But yeah.
Do you ever remember dropping one in front of your parents and getting in trouble? You were different, Steve, because your dad didn't really care.
All the time,
Now, my dad said it too, but if I were to say it, different story.
I don't think my mother's ever said it in her life.
Yes, she has.
No, I don't think she has. But I have accidentally said it in front of her. My sister has accidentally said it in front of her. And when you do, it's like, and it's not like I'm going to get in trouble. It's more like, oh, I've disappointed you.
I don't.
Your first tooth.
Listen, I understand in certain company and saying in front of other people because it's considered a risque word, but I can't I can't wrap my mind around why just saying a word.
I agree.
Is so, oh my God, I've done a terrible thing. You know what I mean? Why you're like your mom wouldn't say it by herself.
Right.
And she would just feel shame or something like that for saying it. It's just a word for crying
I think
out loud.
of my buddy's mother-in-law who says it all the time, and she's my mom's age and she drops an F-bomb like nobody's business.
Listen, if you've had it beaten, sometimes literally beaten into you over the years that you don't say words like that, and you say it. But that's part of the deal. I mean, there's certain words that still. I mean, there are racial words that are nuclear bombs that you can't say.
Yeah,
and you can't. It'd be hard to make the case for. It's just a word,
Sure. Yeah. So, absolutely.
So, and I do think in the broad scheme of things, they are just words. But there's certain. In polite society, you can't get away with
There's
it.
intention and meaning and what you have behind that word and how you're using it that can cause offense for sure.
Absolutely.
I definitely understand that. All right, this is a lot of fun. GameStop, the store, says that it accepted more than 80,000 items during this weekend's Trade Anything Day event. So it's a Trade Anything Day. So they shared images with IGN of the weirdest items that they accepted, including a bobcat, a goose, and a physical Netflix disc for the Nintendo Wii. The chain's big trade event was the latest publicity stunt from the company, this time designed to highlight its trade-in program that provides customers with store credit or cash for a range of home entertainment items. Now, normally, the range would not extend beyond entertainment items, but GameStop this past Saturday advertised it would provide some sort of credit for almost anything that customers cared to bring into them.
It's a smart move.
In a statement to IGN, GameStop ranked its more memorable trades from stores across the country as including items such as a tiny Jesus, a speed limit sign, Air Jordans, and tapes of Friends on VHS. And over social media, customers celebrated shifting various unwanted items in exchange for credit, including McDonald's Grinchmas socks and what looked like a replica of the United States Declaration of Independence. Another customer seemingly joked and claimed that they tried to trade in a live pet dog, which they said had been refused. But perhaps most bizarre of all, with a taxidermied goose and bobcat, both of which appeared to have had seen better days. Last week, GameStop hit headlines with another trade-in story as it paid out more than $30,000 for a rare Pokemon card. According to the retailer, the transaction was evidence its trade-in program offered fair value, though it simultaneously admitted the card had actually been worth at least $3,000 more. They said any trolls who publicly claim that GameStop trade-in values are bad are hereby factually and demonstrably incorrect. So they have a trade-in policy.
GameStop was on the precipice of going completely under, and I guess they fought their way back.
Yep, they're doing all right. A lineman in Cochise County had a brave encounter with wildlife last month. Video captured the moments after the bear climbed to the top of the utility pole, putting itself and the utility equipment in danger.
Hey, buddy.
The lineman for the county in a singing bear
is about to be eaten. Love this song. Does it take you back as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You have any Seals and Croft?
Do we have any Seals and Croft? I don't know.
Probably. Summer breeze gets me going. I love to eat human flesh to summer breeze.
The lineman in a lifted bucket is seen using a pole to try to leash the bear in order to get it down to safety.
Yeah.
With the bear fighting his attempts to help.
Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Eating electric workers all the time.
Eventually, the lineman was able to get the restraint around the bear's neck, and the bear was pulling his way back down the pole. Officials say the bear made it down the pole safely, though it did instantly try to go to another pole nearby.
Once you've had one pole.
Before running off into the distance. Bears have made multiple appearances in the areas of central and southern Arizona recently, including a bear that was seen at a grocery store not that long ago. One Virginia liquor store had an unusual patron this weekend. It was an inebriated raccoon found passed out in the bathroom. According to the Hanover County Animal Protection Shelter, authorities found the masked bandit collapsed in the bathroom of the Ashland ABC store Saturday morning, where the burglar had ransacked shelves and drank multiple types of alcohol. He is face down, passed out in the bathroom. Even a raccoon knows that the bathroom floor is the place to go to when you're bombed out of your mind.
It's my effects that are doing that, by the way.
I was hearing a weird noise.
Yeah.
So, in a social media post, they said that the very intoxicated raccoon, they took him back to a shelter to sober up before releasing him back into the wild.
It was the whistle pig that did him in, Preston.
That's good stuff. A Facebook post said, after a few hours of sleep and zero signs of injury other than maybe a hangover and poor life choices, he was safely released back into the wild, hopefully having learned that breaking and entering is not the answer. The Hanover County Animal Protection and Shelter helps rescued animals if they are found in the wild. So they helped this guy out.
I mean, he looks like any human you've ever seen pass out on the floor.
And there are broken bottles all over the aisle of the liquor store. He was having a good time. Absolutely. Pierre Robert, super nice guy here, too.
Thank you.
How you
6
doing?
p.m. show. That's
6 p.m. show is a little bit on the earlier side. It's just very doable. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
When I went to see Barry Manilow the other night, it was done at 10 o'clock.
Nice.
For a certain group of people, that is very nice.
You know, Preston's buddy Will, he goes and checks out live music all the time, and he has discovered these earlier shows.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to go to a 9, 10 o'clock show. He can go see a show at 5 and be home by 8.
I that's insane to me.
Yeah, I don't know why
I
concerts have to start at like 8 o'clock. Why?
No. What you said.
He doesn't like the early show.
I don't like the early show.
Yeah, Pierre's
Going to a
an
show at
all-nighter.
5 o'clock is mad. It's chaos. When it's light outside, I don't want to go to a show if it's light outside. I want it to be dark, and then I want to go in and be darker when I come out, like the dark, filthy soul that I am.
That's true. That's
Feed
true.
into my dark, filthy soul.
I've got bars to attend and services to perform.
We're assuming Simonizing.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
Call me Simon.
Simon. All right.
My middle name, Pierre Simon Roberts.
Wow. Starting a new year, obviously, and today is and I've done this the past few years. It's a new me.
Is it a new you?
It's a new me.
What is the earmark of a new you right now?
Oh, losing 20 pounds.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Did you allow yourself the latitude to enjoy the holidays fully?
Very much
Okay.
so. Yeah,
Would
exactly.
that be represented with a large alcohol quotient, or was
quite a
there
bit.
cookies and baked goods
And ice cream.
Okay.
Yeah. But I took a couple days off.
All right.
But for the most part, I went full steam.
Yeah.
The entire time.
You
I said,
needed it.
screw it. I'm like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Modeling days are over.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no, I'm getting right back to it. And one of the things that we have to deal with specifically, and a lot of people listening do, is getting your sleep back on track.
Yeah.
Because you allow yourself maybe little latitude, staying up a little later, getting up a little later.
What time are you getting up during the days off?
8.
Okay.
8:30. Something like that.
So I do 6:30 or 7,
Mm-hmm.
but my natural internal clock, and I'd say statistically in any given year since we've been doing this show, I beat the alarm. I cancel the alarm before it goes off by about 5 minutes. So, and I try to keep it that way a little bit earlier, so it's not as in your face when you change over to our real deal schedule. And it seems to work. We'll see how that is on Wednesday when it tends to hit you fully.
My goal during the break was to not get out of bed until after 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
After 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do your dogs want you to get up before that?
Reggie had me up earlier yesterday, so I was up at about 8:45 yesterday.
So they sleep in as well.
Well, yeah. Reggie's just so funny because he literally will like blow in my face. He puts his nose up against my face and he goes like, and he like blows in my face. I'm like, it's not happening right now.
Can you push
buddy.
it down to your crotch?
Yeah, right. No, listen, there are other people in the house that
are taking care of this.
Well, they're allowed to. They're allowed to let the dogs out.
But they don't. Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
All right, so I saw a couple of tips on how to get your sleep back on track after the holidays.
Yeah, this can be very valuable.
So this was I forgot, I don't know what the source is, but I saw these, and these are pretty good tips actually. So you need to refocus on your wind down routine. Most nights you need to prepare your body to snooze because exhaustion won't do it. So some swear by, and I never heard of this term before, dark showering. Have you heard of this?
Dark showering.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it apparently helps the body relax.
With the lights off?
It's essentially taking a shower in the dark.
Huh.
Or with super low lighting. I'd never thought about that. Now we're morning shower people.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the opposite effect. I'm looking for wake up, get going, let's get moving.
Yeah, I don't need that to be a sleep aid.
But this is apparently if you were on your way to go to bed.
Could you move your bed into the shower?
Maybe you could do that.
Listen, I don't take. I think you just said it. Showers for me are get up, let's get going.
Exactly.
Aha.
But I have heard that things like warm water, a warm shower, or warm bath, maybe an hour or so before you go to bed, does help you to some extent.
So that I have done as well, but I will do warm baths like in the afternoon, and I haven't taken a bath in.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much, Marissa. So our next guest is in couple things. He is going to be performing at Punchline on July 3rd, but he also has a new horror comedy novel out as well. And we're going to ask him about it. Please welcome Ryan Shaner to our show. What's
Thank you for letting me in the building. This is so nice.
Well, with an impressive mustache like that, how can we not let you in,
That's the real deal, man. I commend you. We all commend you.
Thank you. It was my mom's. Thank you so much.
You look like you could grow it in about 10 minutes.
It's funny. If I concentrate a little hard, it comes out of the face and also into my lower back.
You got one of those too?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's a wild hair placement that evolves on your body over time. And I forget who was talking about it, but why did nature determine that hair was necessary in your ears as you grew older?
Oh, I love looking in the mirror and going, "Oh yeah, I have to shave my ears this week."
I get like two hairs, just two hairs on the inside. And they're so stiff and sharp.
Right.
And the worst about it is if you've spent that day in front of someone that you were trying to impress for one reason or another, and then the next day you look in the mirror and you're like, damn it.
Yeah.
They're there. They came back.
Right now I have it. My old man don't quite exist eyebrows. Have like there's some origami thing going on there. I don't know what the hell it is. And it's the joy of growing older.
Ryan, how old were you when that stash first started coming in?
So that's the thing. When I was in 8th grade, I started growing sideburns, and I was like, hell yeah. I'm going to have a beard and I wasn't getting over it. I was like, by 11th grade, I'm going to have the coolest beard in the world. 9th grade shows up, nothing.
No?
Okay. 10th grade, nothing. 11th grade, nothing. 12th grade, graduate, nothing. First year of college, nothing. Second year of junior college, nothing. And then it wasn't until I was 23 I could grow a goatee.
Shut up.
I'm dead serious.
How does that work? That you got
I think it was alcoholism is what it was.
It retarded the process.
I think it definitely did.
Yeah.
And I grew up outside of a power plant. I can only assume, growing up in Limerick and Royersford, you're getting tons of radiation in the air. So it wasn't until I was like, I want to say 24 where I started really growing it.
Wow.
And then I was like, oh, I can grow it. And I had a dirt stash for a while. It looked like it was very shallow.
Like Johnny Deppish.
Straight up. And my girlfriend at the time, she hated it. She was like, that looks so creepy and weird.
It does. It looks really. So I remember in 5th grade, 6th grade, Tony Canasano had a full mustache. And I'm like, and you were in awe.
Yeah.
That's what you determined was, he's like a real guy.
So at 24, it still hadn't come in.
It was coming in sparse, and then I was like, I'll let it grow. And then what happened was I tried letting it grow, and all I was getting was a soul patch.
Okay.
Which is even worse when you have a shallow mustache and a soul patch. I was like, I guess I should just get a fedora now. Like, what am I going to do with the rest of my life?
Yeah. That is the message.
Yeah. And then finally, I just let it go, and then it got to a point, I remember 4 years ago, I let it grow over my lip. It was a full civil war over my lip, and it was the most disgusting thing in the world.
It's gross, isn't it?
Soups were out, ice cream gone.
Yep.
When I drank beer, I would dump it into my head because it would just get stuck in the mustache.
Yeah.
There were times when I would do shots of whiskey, and it would get stuck in my mustache. Stay there. And then when I would kiss my girlfriend later, she was like, what are you doing? It would just run out of my face.
So we interviewed Zach Wilde a few months ago, whatever. And it was a Zoom interview, and he was drinking his coffee, and it was grossing me out so bad.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Because he had the same thing, that mustache, and every single time he took a drink, it just lingered there, and I was like, oh man, I'm getting grossed out here.
Well, yeah, it is unpleasant. I try. I can't pull it off. So I went the other way. I removed all hair from my body, and so that's what happened. But I want to bring up, because you're here partially for this book that you read, which Preston referenced, Solomon.
Yeah.
Which is your friend and mutual friend Allison was singing its praises to us. And describe what the book is, because it has a very unique conceit.
So it's a horror comedy set in pandemic times during Philadelphia. And when I wrote it, I was like, no one's writing about how dumb and absurd and weird the pandemic was. And then I was like, let's just make it a dial weirder and add a weird, almost evil dog to the point. So the book is basically about a guy who his girlfriend during the pandemic, because they're forced to live together.
Yeah.
They've only been dating for a certain amount of time. They realize they're not compatible because she's becoming radicalized by the news.
Yeah.
And he's doing what typical dudes do, just sitting on the couch playing PlayStation.
Right,
all
just
day.
trying to get through it.
He's just trying to live. And she is like, you don't care about anything. you don't want anything. And then she leaves him. And then again, like most dudes do when they're in love and they're devastated, they try to win them back. The only way they know how is to prove that they love something more than themselves, to adopt a dog or a cat.
Yeah.
And because during the pandemic, there was a rush on animal shelters, which was a crazy thing to also see on the news.
Yeah.
The amount of people like, yo, I need a cat. I need a dog. I need a bird. There's no birds. There's no birds to adopt. So he goes down on every avenue he can, finding nothing. And then eventually he just decides to go to a animal shelter out past Lancaster.
Okay.
And he finds that there is only one dog left, but it's a dog nobody wants. And unfortunately, that dog is a actual hound of hell.
It's a hellhound.
That has supernatural powers that Randy, the main protagonist, he tries to treat like a normal dog. That's the whole thing in the book that I really was trying to stress, that no matter what a dog does, everyone's like, it's my baby.
Yeah.
Like, nothing's wrong with this dog. So he just, the slings and arrows of not only going through the pandemic, dealing with a breakup, dealing with a lot of drinking, and a dog that can walk on the ceiling and, start fires.
I love
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
I love that concept. There is a book that I love from one of my favorite authors, Harlan Ellison, wrote a dystopian book called The Boy and His Dog. And the dog was telepathic, and it was great. So in this case, he's going to make the conceit, even though it's a hound from hell, and can level all sorts of maliciousness on him. He looks past that.
Solomon, as evil as he is, he's still a dog and has no idea that he's evil. So all the things that Solomon is doing aren't like, he's not malicious.
Yeah.
He's just a playful dog that doesn't understand the world around him, and basically his body is reacting in almost a sentient way. Like, his mind is like, I'm a puppy.
Yeah.
I just want to play. But his body's like, no, you're going to kill somebody. That's exactly what you're going to do.
I love that. So that's very cool. So is this your first novel?
It's the first book I ever wrote. I used to write a lot of sketches and stuff like that. And when
As a comedian, you're doing that. But
So
this is much long. Did it present a... Was it an uphill slog, or did you take to it quickly?
I really hated doing it the whole time. The crazy thing is, when I came up with the idea, I came up with it during the pandemic, which was weird for everybody. And I mean, I get it, but like, I started thinking about my life during the pandemic. So like, right before the pandemic, my dad died. And then the funeral for my dad was March 14th, and then the city shut down.
Yeah.
And then a couple months later, my cat died. And then I was going through a breakup, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And I started like just coming up with like a fun idea that I actually wanted to make into a graphic novel. And then I started storyboarding the graphic novel, and I was about maybe 150 panels into what I thought the first chapter would be. And because I don't use computer programs, because I'm an old man and I don't give a damn about it, I was like, this is going to take me forever. So then I just like, I'll write it. I'll just write it out. And that was, as much as it was fun, it was also, you never realize how bad you are at spelling until you start really writing.
You go old school.
Are you an artist? I mean, you draw these panels?
I draw and paint all the time.
All right.
And that's what I, like when I started doing it, I was like, oh, it'd be fun to do it as a graphic novel. And I thought people would enjoy that more. I love illustrating. But because I do everything freehand, I was like, this is why I don't have the time for this.
Well, is there any shot that this will reach fruition as a graphic novel?
I would love to do it. But the thing is, it's either I do it myself and become so frustrated with myself that I never finish it, or I hire somebody that I become so frustrated with that I'll never have them finish.
Absolutely. There are two things here because you're right. If you stop and think about the concept of hopefully we'll have to explain what the pandemic was to people in the future, and they will not experience them themselves. But if you think about it, such a weird freaking time.
Yeah, it was out of control.
And you look back and you explain the things, it's going to be something that you might explain to people, in the future that they'll have. No, that never happened. No, that never happened. Hopefully that's what they're saying. But you take that conceit, with this. To me, this would work also as an animated.
Oh, I would love to see that too. And that was the thing, like when I wrote it. So like, I'm not the biggest reader, weirdly enough, and I wrote a book, but I do love movies. I'll tell you that much. I love movies. And I tried to write it the way I would watch a movie. I tried to be as detailed as possible. I tried to make everything so when people are reading it, there's no like question about what's going on and how it's happening. And when I really get into like just the absurdity of like people wearing a mask with a face mask with a helmet,
right?
And in the park, and then also the wild rule. Remember when it was like you have to wear the mask when you're getting up and walking around the place?
Yeah.
But when you're sitting down, you can take them off. What the hell was that even about?
Hey, listen, I was super compliant with everything.
Oh, I did all that stuff too.
And I did it all, but like I thought that same thing. I'm like, I don't understand that you're not making sense right now. Like I'm trying to follow you. I'm trying to be a good citizen here. And I'm like, this one doesn't make sense.
Through history, if you go through cataclysmic events, and they're surrounded by similar. Why are we doing this again? So it's one of those things. So you say you talk about movies and you have a podcast. You talk about movies in your podcast. A big fan of those. I want to go back because you have kind of a cinematic life. Your life, reading past your past this, you grew up, you said, near Limerick, right? And Spring City.
In Spring City, yeah.
So I really, being here for many years, hadn't heard of Spring City until I went to go to Penhurst, the asylum.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is this place? But you had a wild childhood in that area, correct?
I loved breaking into Penhurst, I'll tell you that.
How often were you... As a kid, Preston and I were talking about when like a new development would go up in town and you'd go and play and that stuff. You had tunnels and that entire asylum.
It wasn't just Penhurst, too. There was an old abandoned distillery called Kinsey's that we used to mess around in all the time. It was the best.
When I was a kid, there was this place we would go to. It was called the Aqueduct, and it was this abandoned water treatment plant. Abandoned.
Oh my
nothing
God.
there. And we would go at like 2:00 in the morning.
It's the best.
Break in.
The best.
How did we not die doing this? But it was a hell of an adventure.
The crazy thing about Penhurst was, before it was changed into a horror attraction, it was just like an abandoned, falling apart building. What was nuts about it was when you'd go there, you'd have to go, even during the day. That was the best part about Penhurst. You could go during the night and it is scary and creepy. During the day, it's just as scary, just as creepy. But when we would go during when the sun was just setting, one thing about it was when I was a kid, after Penhurst had been shut down, they released a bunch of former inmates to be wards of the state in Spring City and Royersford. They were just walking around.
The ones who were able to live autonomous.
Yes. So they were just walking around. But what was crazy is they would sometimes go back to Penhurst and just hang out there.
Out of nostalgia?
I think that's just where their beacon was, man.
It's almost like Dawn of the Dead where they go to the mall.
This was like, you didn't know what was going on. The other thing that was crazy is you would sometimes get into Penhurst and you'd be looking at rooms and stuff, and then you find a room that someone painted, tried to put wood paneling up, tried to make tried to make it like a real living room. And you're like, wow,
man.
I don't know if this is comfortable or we should run away right now. And the other thing, too, did you know that deer can scream?
What? No.
Did you know deer can scream like children?
No.
It is wild. So the other thing that sucks with Penhurst is because the ground level windows were so broken in from people breaking in, and then people tried to board them up so nobody could get in, but deer would get through them.
Get stuck.
And then they get stuck on the second floor.
Yeah.
So when you're on the first floor as a child,
I never heard this.
You hear clacking, which sounds like a woman's high heels on the second floor. And because the deer are worried about you coming up there, they shriek really loud. So it just sounds like a woman in high heels screaming at the top of her lungs.
Wow.
It is amazing.
Well, you're into horror, obviously.
Yes,
You've talked
very
about
much
this,
so.
and you've done ghost investigation, so I know that. The Penhurst thing is cool, but you talk about growing up near Limerick, and you also have a cavalcade of bizarre stories from this area you were living in, and you described a situation where somebody in your town in Spring City was huffing butane?
Oh, no, yeah.
Explain this story because it blew my mind.
It's really sad. It's really
But
sad.
you'll agree, it's a mind-blowing.
It is a mind-blowing thing, but it's also like, what? Like when I was in elementary school, so my older sister, she went to school with this kid named Mike. I won't release his last name. I'm pretty sure it's
out of deference to the family.
You know? But Mike was huffing butane, which we didn't know. That was the first time I ever knew that you could huff.
Yeah.
Even though I've been to this local Sunoco and I watch attendants huff rag. I'm like, yeah, they're just like blowing their nose. They're really just huffing gasoline. So this kid, Mike, was in a shed. He was huffing butane. And I guess because he was so disoriented, again, this is all like, people just trying to place things together. Allegedly, he had tried to enjoy a cigarette. And he had burnt himself from the inside out.
Wow.
Now, his parents, who were so devastated about what had happened, and like when people were talking about huffing, I don't know if anybody really, that wasn't the term that people knew. So like it was just a buzzword. No one knew what that meant. But his parents were so devastated and they wanted to like warn children. So they had an open casket funeral for this guy. And my sister was like, it was the most horrific thing I had ever seen in my entire life.
I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah.
He had a burned up face?
Allegedly, it was like they put like a weird plastic cover on his face. Oh my gosh. So like you couldn't really see all of the terribleness. And then apparently he had like a very weird, like almost Larry Fine Stooges-esque wig on top of it.
That'd be mortifying. Yeah. But I mean, you know,
scare people straight, man.
In a bizarre way, you got to commend the parents who must have been in abject agony to try to stop it. But that's a scared
I think it's because they didn't know, like when that happened, they're like, oh, my son died.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, how? And then they're like, he was doing this. And they're like, no kid should be doing, and which I get, but I don't know. Just the thought of like, you know what I'm going to do? Horrify teenagers.
Yeah.
Forever.
And you cover about 15 minutes of this in your stand-up routine.
I go a little dark.
Sure, yeah.
And then I try to get it funny with like, I talk about my mustache a little bit.
Back to the butane.
I just like, hey, imagine me on fire. Wouldn't it be crazy right now? Anybody got any kids in here?
Oh my God. That Limerick area. So I live in Harleysville. I'm not too far away from Limerick. So, I've lived all my life seeing those towers out in the distance.
I love those cooling towers.
I remember the first couple of years I was there, I'm like, should I be nervous about being close to this? And I was literally driving by and looking at them the other day, and they looked so nice in the sunshine. I was like, I kind of enjoyed looking at them.
For the longest time growing up, I thought every town had those.
Yeah.
So like when we would like take small day trips, I'd be like, where are they?
Where's your nuclear power plant?
We actually, so my dad once, I remember being a boy, I asked him like, what are those things? He's like, it's a cloud factory. Which being told that at a very like, oh, clearly it's making clouds.
Yes.
And my dad was like, yeah, it's bad, man. Like, I'll tell you what, the day you don't see them working, there's no rain. And if there's no rain, there's no crops, right? And if there's guess what? We're all dying, dude. We're all dying. And I was like, oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome to know that. And I would tell other kids, I'm like, if these go down, dude, we're all going to die.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
We went on a field trip there as kids. Did you guys ever go in there?
We were supposed to. And then my school district lost tons of funding. And then we did a cool 3-part field trip to the Phoenixville landfill in 3 parts. And 3 parts because there's a recycling part, there's a water treatment part, and then the landfill part. And the landfill part we did last, which then tons of chaperones then alerted the school and administrators because we drove a bus on top of the landfill.
No.
Wow. And they were like, what if the landfill had collapsed with all these kids? Are you going to have an open casket for all these kids to warn other field trips? Like, what are you talking about?
You had mentioned something, and I didn't realize this, and then tell me if this is in fact the case, that in that area around Limerick, if you have a home that has an occupancy or a building of more than 90 people, it has to have fallout
shelters.
Explain this, because I've never heard
that was
this.
Because during... So this is, I don't know if it was because of the Cold War or because of what happened at 3 Mile Island.
Right.
What happened was when people started building like all of our high schools are all fallout shelters.
I didn't know that.
They're all the buildings in Spring City and Royersford, because we grew up called within the mushroom cloud.
Yeah.
If you look at the phone book, there's a 10-mile blast radius that you have to escape if there's ever a major explosion or a meltdown.
Yeah, there's some old banks and stuff, Steve, that have that old
the
radiation symbol that you'll see as his fallout shelter.
The other crazy thing, though, too, was sometimes you'd come home from school and you'd see on the sidewalk a number, like written in chalk. And what that number was how many people lived in the house. And the reason was because they were dropping off iodine tablets for all of the occupants.
I remember that. Yeah.
And it was like, what is this for? It's like, if there's a meltdown, you got to take these iodine tablets so you can escape. Unfortunately, the only escape route is 422 East. And if everyone knew about that, everyone's dying.
Yeah.
It was such a nobody thought about it.
A perfect example is the movie Deep Impact, where everyone's trying to get everyone just stops. You can't move. The traffic's not. You're gonna die.
Yeah.
But that is wild. And were you there when the 9/11?
That was another thing. Also, mind blowing. So 9/11 happens. We go home from school, and everyone's like, the crash in Shanksville, they were definitely coming for the power plant. Like everyone's like the power plant. They're going to hit.
It seemed logical.
And that's what everyone thought. And I remember to this day, and I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it. I'm watching the news like everyone was. I'm at home. And all of a sudden, ABC cuts out. And there's a blue screen, and then the screen comes up. It's a dude representing Exelon with a guy behind him so it was a dude in a suit.
Yeah.
And then behind him was just like a dude in a lab coat kind of nodding, not saying anything. But the dude in the suit was reassuring us that even if planes were to hit the cooling towers, the uranium rods are down deep enough where there won't be an explosion. There won't be, there will be loss of life. But there's not going to be a catastrophic explosion. Because I remember coming home, people were packing up and leaving. I'm getting out of here.
Listen, you don't have to take a massive leap of logic to think it's possible.
Exactly.
Well, and somebody had texted in, this is to be technical, nuclear reactors don't create a nuclear explosion.
Right.
But you can have a fuel or a different type of explosion, or a fire, and then a meltdown.
We've all seen movies. We all know how this is going to work.
The Chernobyl miniseries.
Yes.
Watch that.
China syndrome. Come on.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
If that doesn't scare the crap out of you. So it was cool to you growing up.
Yeah.
You had Dad Penhurst. You yourself have talked about your own relationship with alcohol. We talked about this, and you bottomed out at one point. Did you almost literally drink yourself to death?
Yeah, that was also during the pandemic. I was going pretty hard, like most people, and even before the pandemic, my drinking habits were disgusting. They were really bad. I was averaging 3 liters of bourbon a week, and that's just on work weeks. When I'm working.
Wow.
Because I don't think I've ever had a job where I haven't gone in half cocked. That's just how it works.
Okay.
So during the pandemic, nothing's happening, nothing to do, so I'm just getting wrecked all the time. And
by the way, a lot of people found out that they were predisposed to alcoholism,
and that's why, honestly, the pandemic is the reason non-alcoholic beer sales are up. It's because people are like, man, I was going way too hard. And now I can't do this anymore.
We just had Patricia Heaton on yesterday from Everybody Loves Raymond in the Middle talking about her new line of non-alcoholic wine. She went hardcore during COVID as well.
It's funny, when non-alcoholic whiskey came out,
Yeah.
My friend's like, yo, man, you should try the non-alcoholic. You're a big whiskey drinker. I'm like, this is good if you're making mixed drinks. If you're in the shower with a bottle of whiskey, this is not what you want. I had shower beers and I had a whole suction cup thing in my shower and a milk crate that I would sit on and drink in the shower.
Wow.
Look,
Okay.
here's the thing. Women talk about how nice it is to get in a bath with a glass of wine. You know how nice it is to sit with a bottle of bourbon on a milk crate in the shower?
You get a fifth in the shower.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's an amazing time. So I was drinking very, very hard, and I ended up giving myself alcohol poisoning, which I didn't recognize, and then I took 2 days off, and then I started going through withdrawal.
So how did it manifest when you were in the throes of alcohol poisoning?
So that was the thing. That wasn't so bad. It was the day that I woke up where I had delirium tremens. I couldn't walk. My room was kind of hallucinating. I was like,
Right.
oh, man, I am still kind of messed up from the other day. And then I couldn't walk. I couldn't step and move. And then I made my way downstairs. my roommate at the time, like, yo, man, can I have like a shot of vodka? I think I need to like chase that. That didn't help at all. So then I'm like trying. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't eat. Then I walked to CVS, like stumbling. And I'm, you're watching your body lose control of itself.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is happening? I got into CVS and I don't remember really walking through, but I do remember at one point in time, there's a guy with his hand on my back. He's like, yo, man, like Belvita crackers are right here. I guess I just went in and was like, Belvita crackers. I need those. And I don't remember that. So then I'm trying to eat these crackers and they're like falling out of my mouth. And I'm like, look, you don't need to go to the hospital. You don't need to go to the hospital. Because in my mind, I was like, you only go to the hospital if like I'm on fire or bleeding from my brain. Like, I don't need to go. And then I started walking home like, look, if I'm not walking right by the time I get home, I'm just going to start walking towards the hospital. And I got home, I'm like stumbling, and I started walking up, and I got to Broad and Jackson where the hospital is there. And I even waited outside of the like emergency room stumbling like, I don't need to go in. Come on, you're going to be good. And then I almost fell over. I'm like, I guess I got to go.
Yeah.
Went in, dropped my license, trying to sign I'm like shaking. I'm like, oh no. And then part of me was like, this is COVID. Because I didn't know what I had. I'm like, this is what COVID is.
Okay.
I'm in like the throes. I'm like, I'm in the worst parts of COVID. Get in there. The lady, the nurse is like, going on. She's like, well, you don't have a fever. You're not showing any signs of COVID. And then she put a heart monitor on my finger. And she's like, oh my God. And I was like, what? She's like, your heart rate is 195.
Whoa.
And I was like, is that bad? I was like, I didn't know. I was like, is that bad?
Yeah.
And she's like, the fact you're not seizing right now is pretty incredible.
Wow.
She's like, lay down right now. Which then I'm like, oh no, I'm getting more worked up. They give me a benzo. I'm laying down. Then they start flushing out my system. I'm there for almost like 8 hours straight, just getting flushed out. I'm peeing in these weird containers, and there's people just coming in. And then I was in an observation room for another 2 hours, and then in this other room for another 3. Finally, his doctor comes in. He's like, all right, look, what happened? He's like, you were basically going through the early signs of withdrawal. Wow. He's like, and that's the only withdrawal you can die from.
Yes.
And I was like, okay. He's like, look, I can't tell you what to do. He's like, I am going to tell you, like, you had said to the nurse that you were planning on trying to ride this out. And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, your heart's strong. Yeah, you didn't seize, and that's great. He's like, but if you had tried riding this out, your heart rate would have continued to elevate.
Wow.
And then you would have seized, and then you would have gone into cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
And he's like, because your heart's strong, maybe you would have survived that. However, if and when you would have been found, oxygen would have been cut off to your brain long enough that you would not be the same person.
Good God.
Afterwards.
That's a wake-up call.
I'm sitting there. He's like, all you can do, he's like, there's no pill I can give you. There's nothing I can prescribe. He's like, you got 2 options. You can greatly, and he kept saying greatly reduce what you do, or you can stop. And he gave me pamphlets, and then I left the hospital. And
Wow.
that day, March 8th was the last day I drank.
So that was it. Yeah.
That was it.
Good.
And but it's crazy and it's bittersweet because I dedicated almost 20 years to getting wasted.
Yeah.
And what's
all that work.
But here's the thing. It was so crazy how I did an about face on something that controlled my life. And I was just like, I don't even need you anymore. And that was also like, man, what do I even care about?
Yeah.
Like, it was like a weird, like, what do I even like? I just took something that was my life.
Yeah.
And I was so good at it.
Yeah.
And I just backboard dunked it and broke it and left it. And I still think about it a lot.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Ryan Shaner is here with us. He's going to be at Punchline coming up on July 3rd. When you quit, I know we're going down a serious road here, but did you just do it on your own? Just that's it, I'm done. I guess when you get hit that hard with something, it was like, dude, you were going to die today.
Yeah.
Then maybe it makes it a lot easier to go, okay, I'm not doing that anymore.
The funny thing is, like, I knew a lot of people that, like, when I explained this to, they're like, oh man, you gotta do. You just gotta pump the brakes a little bit, dude. I'm like, no, see, the whole thing is, I know that, like, when he said you gotta greatly reduce, I can't greatly reduce anything. Like, I am balls to the wall with everything. The way I eat, it looks like it's either the first time I've seen food or the last time I'll ever see food. When it comes to booze, I am, like, for every beer you would drink, I'm slamming 3 or 4, and I'm not even thinking about it.
You're inherently addictive?
I don't even know if I'm addicted.
Compulsive?
It's called partying, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not partying. I think I'm inherently partying.
Yeah.
But I knew, like, I can't do that. Like, I know, even when I drink non-alcoholic beers, I have 2 at a time because I'm like, yo, this is stupid, but this is just how I
feels
do.
right.
This is how I do anything. If I could have non-alcoholic beers in the fucking helmet,
That's all right, man.
I got it.
You did pretty well.
Bomb there.
so sorry.
It's all good, man.
We got a button for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was getting in party mode. I was talking about booze.
Totally.
But yeah, I knew I couldn't. I knew enough about myself that I could not. I can't just reduce anything.
All right, what's the latest thing you've taken on that you've pushed to excess? Is there anything, or have you really ratcheted
So
back?
now excess is my girlfriend's really into healthy food, and we have been testing our relationship with protein farts like you wouldn't believe. It is crazy to a point where like everyone talks about and jokes about it, like, yeah, man, the protein farts are nuts. I've thought about leaving several times. It is crazy.
So she's winning.
She is crushing it.
She's the champion.
When we go to sleep, that's the funny thing is she acts like she's like, oh, they're gonna stink, and like I'll give it to her. She's very open about it.
Okay,
but it's the nighttime. Is when she goes to sleep and her butt becomes an orchestra.
She's in the studio.
Oh, she's right there. I know. But it is, and like we're both, it's like dueling banjos of terribleness.
That diet shift, because I just did mine. I modified mine, and I'm going a different way. I tend to eat like a Mediterranean diet, but I've tried to do some sort of cutting out of things. And there's this footage of a horse that's on its side that farts for like 9 minutes.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
It's crazy how your body reacts to that shift.
Yeah, I thought getting healthier was going to be like less gross, but man,
no.
I have a text from somebody. This is from Ashley from Spring City, and she says, "Ask him about Pump Town."
Oh, no.
What? I've never heard of Pump Town.
Oh boy. So Pump Town is, I'm going to say right now, quaint. A nice adults only club.
Okay.
Where there happen to be women of a certain persuasion that will take their clothing off for a nominal fee.
Right.
They're dancers.
Yeah. Artists.
You know what? I'm glad you said that.
Yeah,
artists,
yeah.
Definitely artists that you can definitely tell where they were eating 3 hours earlier. It is a very full nude strip club in Spring City.
Pump Town.
You said now I think it's called Baby Dolls. It used to be called Pump Town.
Okay.
And Pump Town was,
Pump Town was too on the nose?
Yes, very.
Yeah.
Well, Pump Town is what Spring City was originally called.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Spring City, I just made here, I did not know this either. There were a bunch of natural springs.
And then the pumps were used.
Okay. Pump Town.
It reminds me of the one in Conshohocken where the stage was behind the bar.
That's exactly
So
how Pump
Seventh
Town
Heaven?
works.
Yeah, was that the one?
Yeah,
right?
it was the Conshohocken Ballet.
Yes.
Is that what they called it?
So
Yeah.
sometimes like the bartender would like last call
Lou
for a
Turks
minute.
was like that
Okay.
too. Yeah,
Hit
it said,
play.
sorry, I gotta change the music, sweetie. Hang on.
Change the cassette.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. It was definitely one of those things. And you know what the crazy thing is, though, too, about Pump Town is like when you go in there, you would see locals that you knew at the bar. And then you'd see locals that you knew on the stage. You're like, oh, you were in my math class.
Yeah.
That's crazy that you're here. And like, they'll make, it's like kind of like, you're in a secret society. Like, don't talk about how you saw me.
Yeah.
Don't you.
It's Fight Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is wild. I remember. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's a great name for a strip club.
I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
And I mean, again.
Oh, it's not there anymore?
No, it's now called
Baby
called
Dolls?
Baby Dolls.
Baby
they're
Dolls.
called,
Baby
I think.
Dolls.
Yeah.
I want to bring up that you were first season of Tires.
I was in the first season.
Yeah. And you're friends with those.
I love working with John and Shane, and I've been working with John. Like he's done a lot of sketches in Philadelphia.
John's great,
and
Shane's great.
They're both great, and it was so nice to be just like even when John's like, "Hey man, do you want to do this thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course I want to do this. It'll be fun regardless of what's going on." And when I was on Tires the first season, I did not know that it was going to get picked up by Netflix.
Well,
at all.
I mean, look at it now. They're in there acquiring major.
Oh, I saw that.
Thomas Hayden Church is now a cast member, and it's now pierced that. Oh, they're in their Danny DeVito acquisition period.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And I love seeing my boys win. It's so nice. It's like people are like, "Oh, you're winning the second and third." I'm like, yeah, that sucks, but I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing and making everything work for them. It's an amazing thing to see.
Is that something you'd like to gravitate to more, acting and stuff like that?
I would love to be a height-appropriate Wolverine in a movie.
Yes.
So bad.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think there are two roles I remember thinking about. Like, I was like, man, I would love, like, if they ever did a reboot of the movie, I would love that. One is Luther from the Warriors.
Oh, my God.
The leader of the Rogues in the Warriors. What a demented, wild person. And it's not even like everyone talks about the Warriors come out to play thing. My favorite is when they ask him at the end, he's like, why'd you do it?
I know it.
Why'd you waste Cyrus? He goes, no reason. I just like doing things like that. And it's like, you caused an entire city to turn itself on its head just for goofs.
He has another line where he goes, because I'm having a good time.
Yeah,
That's
so
at the snack, the concession stand.
It's so great.
Oh, I love it.
And then the other one I really love, and they did a reboot of it now, is Max Caddy from Cape Fear is an amazing, is an
I wanna see
amazing, diabolical person. And it's like, man, I would love to be someone so unhinged, but then at the point you're like, I'm not even dismissing you. You're so unhinged. I really want to understand what the hell this is even about.
We're fascinated by those characters. If you love that, if you love the Cape Fear dynamic, Robert Mitchum was in the original Cape Fear, but he also made a movie. It's the only movie that Charles Lawton ever directed, called Night of the Hunter, and he plays a sociopathic preacher going after two kids. Oh, yeah. And it's an unbelievable film. Awesome. But I mean, that just when they savor being a lunatic, it's so wild to watch.
I loved it. And when I was a kid, like, I had an affinity for like bad guys as a kid, and I remember my favorite character when I was a child was Benedict from Last Action Hero. And when I was a kid, I almost lost this eye. Yeah, almost lost this eye. And I remember when I was in the hospital, and the doctor was like, "Hey, you're very lucky." Because if this had been a millimeter higher, I got sliced underneath my eyelid by a dowel rod. Me and my younger brother were sword fighting. Stupid crap. He's like, if that had been a millimeter higher, we would have had to take your eye. And I remember being so pissed that he wasn't a millimeter high. I wanted a glass eye.
Or glass eye.
Or a patch. I wanted
that had a scope in it.
Oh, all that. I wanted to put a little bomb in there and just have fun. I wanted to be a nemesis so bad.
I think it could work.
We're going to have to wrap up in just a minute, but a couple of updates about Spring City here. People checking in. Pump Town, it says it's now closed, has been closed, and Baby Doll's closed since last October. But somebody also said, though, it's actually Pump Town is now called Hidden Gems. And then somebody says...
Clearly a theme.
Yeah, more like Diamonds in the Rough, if anything.
Somebody says, ask Ryan about Two Bill Jill.
Oh, my God. Ew. Guru. Now, look, I don't have any experience
with Two Bill Jill?
With Two Bill Jill. Okay. But it's crazy that is like, it's like, this goes back to like the Pennhurst people that were walking in town, and like you saw, and you're like, whoa, those people are kind of nuts. You watch them. Two Bill Jill was allegedly a prostitute that frequented near the train tracks. And apparently she would do anything for $2.
Okay.
That was her.
She was simply looking to undercut the competition.
Exactly. And also in this economy, it's crazy.
When the working man's trying to scrape together a little bit of cash for fun.
It's American hustles.
That's what it is. It's that kind of spirit that built the nation.
Definitely was. And then there was Two Bill Jill. And I don't know how.
Was there ever a talk of a One Bill Jill?
So there was, the one below that. And again,
that was $5 Chuck.
This is an urban legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but I remember people talking about Two Bill Jill. Like, did you ever hear about Sandpaper Sal?
Oh.
Now, I don't know how gross I can get on this show.
Try.
Take us, and we'll wave you off.
We'll meter you.
Okay, so Sandpaper Sal had sores.
Okay.
That they would pick to then lubricate.
Oh, my God.
And you could pay to either have it be sandpapery or not.
That's not real.
The idea...
I love it, but that's not real.
That
There's
to me
no
is
way.
like talk of the Yeti.
Yeah, believe me, but when you see... Here's the thing, though. It is talk of the Yeti. However, when you do see Two Bill Jill, and someone's like, well, you haven't seen Sandpaper. Like, where is this? It's got to be real. There's that thing. I see that person.
Again, I'll have to defend that because that's a very creative way of creating lubricant.
You know what? You can't knock that either.
No. Wow. It's making lemonade out of lemons.
I'm just saying, have you seen the stocks on Astroglide, out of control right now.
By the way, obviously this is the subject for your next novel that you write, Sandpaper.
Oh, I know. Oh, I have a subject for the next one.
Okay, all right.
It is about a man who I'm 4 chapters into it now. It's about a man who works at Cape Canaveral in 1986, and he thinks he's responsible for the Challenger explosion.
Okay.
But he's not.
Yeah.
But he thinks he is. A wacky thing happened. He thinks he's responsible. He leaves work unannounced. A missing persons is a file for him, but because he thinks he had caused a Challenger explosion, he gets wrapped up with drug dealers thinking that they'll get him out of the country.
So he goes on the run.
He goes on the run committing other crimes thinking he's done the most capital crime.
And no one's even looking at him.
Well, the police are thinking he's a missing person, so they're investigating him because they think he's missing. But when he sees the police looking for him, he thinks they're investigating because of the Challenger
You can write it
explosion.
as a novel or a script?
This is a novel.
Okay,
right,
all right.
yeah.
I love it. Well, the current novel is called Solomon.
Yes, please.
Which is out now. And best way to get that?
I have a Shopify. If you go to shopify.com/Solomon, that should lead you right there. And even if you Google Solomon, it should come up. If you Google Solomon, Ryan Shaner should come up.
You got a link on your Instagram as well, maybe?
Yes, I do.
All right, Shaner.
Comedy.
Comedy.
So that's another thing that happened during the pandemic. My Instagram got hacked. It was Shaner Comedy. And then I felt under the weather. So I was like, what would comedy sound like if I had a cold?
Oh, my God. Comedy.
Shaner Comedy.
All right.
It works.
Well, listen,
That's the stupidest thing in the world.
You can get tickets to see Ryan at Punchline, and you can go to punchlinephilly.com and get those tickets. That's are going to be July 3rd. What day of the week is July 3rd?
I think that's a Friday.
Perfect. Right, leading into the holiday weekend. That'll be awesome.
That'll be a great show.
Well, listen, man, it's great to meet you.
Oh, thank you guys.
Thanks for coming
having
by.
me.
We'll
I
chat
hope
again sometime.
I'm sorry about the profanity, man.
No, it's all
good.
right. Yeah,
happens.
I thought I was going to get through. I was impressed with myself. I'm like, man, you haven't said anything.
I saw you choosing your words
I know.
carefully a couple times. I saw it. Yeah,
Even when I was talking as my dad, I'm like, my dad said crap. I was like, oh, don't have it come out.
Yeah.
It's like transforming into a werewolf. You just felt it happening.
All right. Well, thanks for coming by, man.
Thank you, guys.
Ryan Shaner, guys, here on the Preston and Steve Show. We are taking a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. In the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's kind of my shower routine. I'm like afternoon or evening showerer, and I like it dimly lit.
Do you not shower in the morning?
And sometimes.
Okay.
Like 2 or 3 times a week,
All right.
but not every day in the morning. And I love it piping hot, like burn your skin off hot.
Right. So how about this dark showering? Could you imagine doing that with, you said you like it dimly lit, but how about like really dark?
I think I could do it really dark.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about dark shaving?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's smart.
I'm awake now. Ready to go.
I get the idea. It's sort of a spa type of vibe if you're just warm. But I don't want to pass out in the shower and end up with a concussion.
So other things you can do to help relax the body are journaling.
Journaling,
no.
Or you can,
I'll be in the study journaling.
Or you can pick up one of the books you got.
Bring
for
my
Christmas.
chamomile tea in there.
Yeah. And then it also.
Do you journal? Have you ever journaled at all?
I tried.
Have you ever kept a diary?
So I tried. Not that long ago, I felt that I wanted to write Rochelle a letter.
Yeah.
I don't remember why. This is a few years ago, but it was important to me. Oh, dude.
My dearest wife, when you caught me spanking it in the light of my laptop, I want to tell you I was thinking of you. Though I was looking at porn star Dorothy LeMay, I imagined
Oh,
you.
my God. Dorothy LeMay. It's taboo, right? Yeah. All right, anyway. No, I wanted to write her a letter, and my handwriting was way out of whack and needed to be brought back up to speed.
What is this gub?
And also, just stringing words together. I don't write that often. I am not a writer. It's part of the reason why I don't really post on Instagram that much is because I struggle with the written word and conveying what I want to convey via the written word. So I wanted to practice at it.
It's funny you should bring it up.
So I started journaling, and then it went away after a month or so.
Well, I'm sorry to jump in there, but I it's funny you should bring this up because I think you don't need to be a slave to, I completely understand what you're saying, but I see now more and more, if it's just flowing naturally, my dad journaled fastidiously throughout his life. And that later was translated into and I played some of the audio on air. He recorded about 8 hours of his journal throughout the life to give to his sons, to, my brothers and I, in the event of his passing. And it's the greatest gift, I think, it's just an amazing thing. But, he had a flair for that. I like to think that I'm pretty good with that as well. But I see more and more people just sort of just writing the words the way they come out. And don't be constrained by it. Your feelings will come through. Does that make any sense?
It does. Are you talking about it on social media?
Well, journal. Your private journal.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's not, unless you have intent of publishing it, and then you'll get somebody to clean it up.
No, not at all.
But I mean...
But I will hand wring over social media because, people are so kind.
Oh, by the way, and I'm pretty good with this, and I just wrote, I went to the store EYE. Because I'm just so distracted. And you feel like, now I look like a complete moron.
Yeah, but those comments help your algorithm, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
No, I did see a suggestion of journaling and writing things with the staunch idea that, you never need to go back and reread it. Just let it out. Kind of can be practiced.
Yeah.
It's kind of what you're saying, Steve.
Just let your feelings end up on the page and grammar be damned.
The act of doing it is supposedly cathartic.
It's like spanking it.
It's like that. Just the act alone.
Act as if, what does they say? Dance as if no one is looking.
Spank
it as if no one is looking.
All right, you can also start a gentle pre-bed exercise.
I do. I fart.
It says, you don't want any strenuous workouts to get the blood pumping right before bed, as that rush can make it harder to drift off. Lighter physical activity can be calming.
I do 200 burpees.
Yoga and Tai Chi are linked to better sleep as they help lower the heart rate and can erase racing minds.
Would you do to me, that's not something I would do. Would you do like a transcendental meditation thing or a meditation?
But I have done, and I got into a pretty good habit of it, and it's part of one of the things I'm going to start doing again is just 10 minutes before bed is just stretch.
Yeah.
It's just do a full body.
Right.
I'm not spending a lot of time stretching, but I make sure that I do pretty much all of the major muscle groups and just do a stretch before going to bed, and that's something I want to get back to doing. That does help me drift off. That was it. Wait, I can't get. My ankle is behind my head now. Way better. Oh. All right, and then they suggest that you gradually adjust your bedtime, because it says suddenly forcing yourself back to that bedtime may leave your body clock a little bit weirded out. So instead, they recommend heading to bed 20 minutes earlier every night to slowly get back to your usual bedtime if you have drifted like a few hours.
I see. Yeah, that's why I sort of keep it somewhat linear to my during the vacation for us is the night before, as opposed to how late you can stay up, as opposed to the day of the vacation or the day off.
Yeah, I'm not obviously with these hours, I'm not a late night person at all anymore. But New Year's Eve we did stay up till about 2, and that's like way crazy late for me. I get up at 3:45 to go to work. So then it kind of, after we did that, the last few days have tweaked me, and I've been staying up late every night till at least midnight. So last night I had to force myself to get my ass into bed.
I tried, like I said, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I'm asleep I usually am asleep by 11. Which is still not enough sleep, but it's the way my schedule goes. I ended up watching that Screamboat horror movie.
Screamboat Willie?
Screamboat. So, because I couldn't get to sleep. The worst thing to do, the hardest thing to do, force yourself to go to sleep. I'm going to go to sleep now. It just doesn't work.
It's tough to do. Yeah. But and like I told you at the beginning of the show this morning, I'm like, Today, got up, no problem.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, probably no problem. Wednesday, forget it. It's always, there's like a 2-day thing, and then a crash is going to hit.
Consider that a taper's alert.
Yeah, totally.
You're going to want to record Wednesday show.
Yeah, I guarantee you I will be out of it. So, but listen, a lot of people are having to deal with kind of getting back. If you were lucky enough to have some time off at the end of the year, some people don't get any time off.
When I think of the way my schedule was when I was doing stand-up, I was often getting home at the time I wake up now.
I bet.
Yeah. It's just insane to think that was my life years ago.
I know.
And now that's completely alien to me.
God, I remember when I was first approached at doing morning radio, I said, no way.
No.
I said, you are out of your mind. There's no way I want to get up that early in the morning.
It was not uncommon for me, Casey, you talk about the way you do things now, to put on a movie I really wanted to see at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And sit there and watch it till 2:30, 3 o'clock, because that was the way I was wired, you know?
Yep.
This is crazy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
All right, here's another thing to keep in mind as we move into the new year and after, everything that that you've gone through over the past year, kind of reassessing, not just getting some sleep or getting exercise and so on, but this is a good time to assess like decluttering things.
Oh.
We did replace the smoke detectors.
Yes, we did that
because they recommend either do that on a holiday or daylight savings time.
I just disconnected them because they're so annoying.
I know.
Always chirping. Yeah.
But another thing is decluttering, and I have a couple of tips here in a second.
I had this gigantic pile of clean laundry in the corner of my room that just for some reason, honestly, like, because I hang up my T-shirts, right? And so I would just kind of like, just when and they were mainly, I would say 90% of it was T-shirts.
So you consider hanging up, throwing them in a pile?
No, well, instead of hanging them up, I would just kind of like put them on top of the pile.
See.
And so essentially for the last couple of months, I had just basically been living off of like 2
piles.
No, 2 laundry baskets. So like whenever that laundry basket would get full, then I would like clean them, and then so I was living off of the same clothes for a couple of months, and then finally I went and I spent a few hours just kind of organizing everything, and then, and
is there a greater feeling in the world,
dude?
I mean, listen,
just
I know
looking at it like,
and people may mock and they say, "Oh, it just sounds like like it's like what has your life become?" When you lift those things that are just hanging over you, like, God, I got to get that closet done. I know it sounds stupid, but unless, like, the pride of a well-organized garage, it means something.
That's next on my list.
Yeah.
Dude, a happiness is clean socks and underwear.
Clean socks and underwear.
When my underwear and sock drawers are full, I'm like...
And you don't get it. But let me tell you this. The members of Godsmack, their sock drawers are completely organized.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, so here's some things. This is likely things in your home that you could toss out or donate without a second thought. And if you find these things in your home, it's pretty safe to say goodbye to them. So here are the recommended things. And I think this is a good idea. Number 1, holiday decor that you didn't use this season. This is the perfect time to reassess. If you have everything out right now, and then you have a bunch of other things that didn't make it out,
consider whether
you may want to consider donating those or getting rid of that
honestly
stuff.
And it's not passing the litmus test. And you can also evolve your decorations. So for the longest time, I thought the Coca-Cola polar bears were adorable, and there was Coca-Cola had a whole line of things, and it was just cute. They never come out, so we donated them, and yes, it's a great time to cycle that stuff out. If it's not sitting out now, it's probably because you don't like it or don't use it or have no intent to use it.
We have had this a little bit smaller than life-size Santa Claus that, there's a button and it sings and all that stuff.
We have the same thing.
Okay.
It's great.
Well, its head fell off years ago, right?
Claus.
And so...
Claus.
Dude... so now I literally, in his one hand, I have him holding his own head, which I think is really, really funny. But
it's magical,
It is going in the trash tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for years, this thing, like, we would just kind of like place the head on top of it, and anytime you bumped it or whatever, the head would fall
roll off.
I love that.
Dude,
but it's time to go.
You could bring it in here. It would actually work as a decoration here to cap a clause.
Oh, man, that's just another step. It's just so much easier to put it out in the trash bin.
All right, here's another thing you need to assess: your camera roll. All right, that is arduous. That's a lot. If you have thousands and thousands of pictures, it's a lot of work. I told you guys about this earlier this year, late this past year, and I saw an interesting tip about how you can spend the next year going through your camera roll. There is a way to set this up. You can do a quick search online and find out how to do it, especially if you have an iPhone, that every day it will send you, it will alert you to all of the pictures you took on that day in your camera roll's history.
Right.
So if you think about how many pictures you've taken on one day, chances are it might be fairly manageable over the last, 15 years or whatever that you've been using your iPhone app or your Photos app.
Yeah.
And so if you have a reminder every day, maybe you can quickly go through and go, oh, my God, that's a picture of food.
Yeah.
What do I need that for?
I need that.
And delete. Yeah, I need that. Save that.
What a muffin.
But it might be a quick way to just clean out and get rid of it's a year-long process, but you might completely clear things out and maybe save some more space on your phone or whatever it is.
The
I think
fear
it's a great idea.
of the shotgun method is that you're going to get rid of something you really wanted and kind of just bulk erase it.
Yeah.
So if you're taking it on a day-per-day basis, the likelihood of you doing that is a lot less.
And you'll come across something you're like, oh man, I love that. I forgot about that.
This is my favorite D-pic.
Similar to get rid of Facebook friends on their birthdays. It reminds you every day.
Just going to touch on this one more time because of some text coming in, but we just had Ryan Ryan Shaner was telling us about these kind of folklore things in Spring City, and one of them was Sandpaper Sally.
Sandpaper Sally.
Somebody texted it. Yeah, I know, but I think it was Sandpaper Sal, but I think it was short for Sally. Anyway, somebody said also there was a variation of it called Scabby Abby.
Oh, my God.
Every town had them.
Sure.
Every town had them.
Whether they were legit or not. But yeah, they're definitely legends.
It's a spice of life. And again, I had been unaware of Spring City until we started doing the asylum stuff, and then reading about it. It has at least by what I'm reading and hearing, it has sort of a Florida man kind of vibe.
Yeah, I believe it. Most definitely. Yeah. We got B-File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Ditch ties and gift cards this year. Get Dad something different. You can get him a gift that shows how much you care, like a hand-forged pocket knife from William Henry. FamilyJewelers.com. All right, let's see. Where do we begin this time around? All right, an investigation is underway after skeletal remains of 3 people were found inside of a home in Burlington over the weekend. Troopers responded to the home for a report of human remains inside. According to state police, a new home buyer who purchased the home as is at a foreclosure auction found the skeletal remains of 3 people at the home.
Sweet!
Yeah. The causes of death are pending further studies, and the manner is pending investigation. Property records show a couple purchased the home in 2019. In August of 2025, the foreclosure process started. Last Wednesday, a public auction was held to sell the house in as-is condition.
So if you do that, you're not required by law to... Since you're taking it as is with an understanding you might get something like that, everything is above board here, right?
Yeah, so Chris Throckmorton, the independent third-party attorney appointed by the court to manage the sale, said the bidders might not always see the inside of the property at auctions. He said, I always send out a letter like the week before the auction saying, listen, there's a foreclosure auction scheduled. It would be helpful for the bidders to have interior access. You're not required to provide this, but I think it might be in your best interest. He said we never got a response to that, which is not unusual. But he also said a keep out sign appeared on the property during the foreclosure process, despite the house looking unkept and not lived in.
That's amazing.
According to court documents, the owners did not show up for the hearing, by the way. I find it crazy that they will sell something without taking up that the powers that be that are selling it won't even take a look inside.
It's strictly a transaction.
Yeah. Dozens of apparent shopping carts are stuck in a marsh along the San Francisco Bay.
That's their migratory pattern, by the way, Preston.
Okay. Residents are puzzled as to how they got there. The San Francisco Bay Trail in South San Francisco curves around the mouth of the Colma Creek Marsh. It's a popular walking and running trail, but local residents are starting to notice something in the water. So I guess I don't know if it's lowering or whatever, but I saw a picture of it, and it looks... it's like the La Brea tar pits with a bunch of shopping carts in it.
It's the site of a new store called Marshall's.
See what he
Thank
did
you.
there. All right, so there are dozens of them spanning the Colma Creek Marsh. There is a Costco business center about a mile from there, but they don't know where these things are coming from.
It almost looks like some sort of bizarre, art project.
Yeah. It is not every day that someone tries to break into a jail. Jake Menaverni Blue attempted to break in to the Oklahoma County Detention Center, and a deputy found him digging a hole by a wall of the building with a shovel. Blue said that his girlfriend was inside, but later changed his story to say that he was trying to plant a flower.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So people don't consider flowers around a prison.
Investigators say that Blue had outstanding arrest warrants out of state and was quickly taken into custody. The sheriff's office said on social media, happy ending. Mr. Blue has been reunited with his girlfriend behind the bars of the Oklahoma County Jail.
It worked. A love story for the ages.
All right, the births of 2 western lowland gorillas at Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle have been filled with twists and turns, including a baby swap among the mothers.
Oh, no.
So gorilla Jamani gave birth to a son on May 18th, and gorilla Olympia delivered a son on May 24th via cesarean section, which, by the way, is an extremely rare procedure on gorillas due to complications that indicated a non-productive labor. The zoo said Jamani picked up Olympia's son to take care while Olympia recovered from her C-section. Jamani's baby, however, needed around-the-clock care as he learned to accept bottle feedings, and when he bounced back, he was returned to Olympia initially. But Jamani already had Olympia's baby in her care, but her own baby was struggling to nurse, given that the infant had already been taken into human care. We were presented with a rare opportunity and made the pivotal decision to keep Olympia's baby with Jamani and give Jamani's baby to Olympia. That's according to the curator of the Woodland Park Zoo.
I have something to tell you. I'm not your mommy.
Olympia and Jamani showed no signs of distress or jealousy and instead spent most of the night close to each other, separated by the mesh door with the ability to see each other, according to the zoo.
How about that?
Apparently it's going okay so far. All right, then we'll do just one more story and then we will wrap it up. If you need prosthetic legs to get through your daily life, stressed seems like the only kind of way to describe how you'd feel if an airline lost them.
Wow.
Sarah Ribeiro was traveling from Brazil to Ireland, but was left feeling extremely stressed after the airline she flew on misplaced the bag her prosthetic legs were stored in. For 5 days, she said that she wasn't able to work as she had tried to work with the airline to locate where the bag with 2 legs inside ended up. Eventually, it was learned that the bag was mistagged and it was sent to Madrid, and that it would take 2-3 days to get it back to her.
I think we have your legs.
Finally, Ribeiro received her legs back, and she said that the lack of support she received through this dilemma was beyond discouraging. So,
yeah,
that would suck. It's slightly necessary. You need your legs.
So if you lose your luggage, think about that.
Yeah. All right, and that's it. So I got in the bizarre file for you, but we got one more thing. Brent and Zach of Shinedown playing a show for MMR, and we have tickets to this exclusive, intimate, acoustic event. We will take caller number 34 at 610-660-9333. If you are that caller, you get to be here. It's on Monday. Keep in mind, don't call if you can't make it on Monday. And this is a really cool special thing that's taking place.
Absolutely.
So let's get you on board. Caller number 34, 610-660-9333. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. More to give away. The lesson question. We're going to trash your music news as well, so stay.
93.3 WMMR and Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia present the 21st annual I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive, Friday, June 19th. A full day of blood-giving goodness at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks.
Old owners get the newest Preston and Steve shirts and the satisfaction of knowing you made a difference for someone in their time of need. We'll be broadcasting live all day, so make your plans now to donate, benefiting the American Red Cross.
Appointments are required, so secure your spot today at WMMR.com. The 21st annual I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive, sponsored by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Voted best casino in Pennsylvania by Casino Player Magazine from 93.3 WMMR. Putting Philly first.
Who people are. So if you go a whole year checking the birthdays, you can be like, unfriend you.
Right. Okay. All right, good idea, Preston. I don't need this picture of 3 pieces of pizza.
Right?
Like, what the freak is that doing in there?
Exactly.
All right.
All right. Any unused tech items, especially if it's outdated tech and things like that you just don't use anymore, it's a good time to assess that and get rid of that. Expired coupons, old gift cards, or just gift cards in general.
Yeah.
And get yourself a plan to start using those.
Listen,
and you probably got a fresh batch of them.
Yeah, if you haven't used them, if they haven't meant anything in a long time, that's for a reason. Get rid of them.
Yeah. Also, it says here dead batteries. If you have like a container of dead batteries. I told you guys about this a while back. I had heard that hardware stores will collect dead batteries and dispose of them properly.
Right.
So I had like a bag full of old, AA and AAA batteries. And I go to my local hardware store, and it comes showing up, and I brought this bag. I'm like, hey, I heard you guys will, dispose of these for me. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, we'll just throw them out with the rest of the stuff we normally throw away. And I'm like, you don't recycle or anything? They're like, no, we'll get rid of them for you. I was like, okay.
I could have done that.
I thought I was doing the right thing.
Hey, if you have a second, look at this picture of 3 pieces of pizza.
Rodney will take your dead batteries.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Number 6 on and I have these 10 things on this list. Number 6 is expired condiments in your fridge.
Ew.
If you have no, not condoms. I know that's what you're thinking. Condiments. Especially if you have several people, if you're a household. So you can go through and find stuff like we will buy things for one recipe, something like, fish sauce or some very specific thing, and we'll make it and then forget to continue making stuff that uses that, and it goes bad, and I just need to clear stuff like that.
So we went with the ultimate situation with that. We had the kitchen completely redone, and that was a massive purge. And if it wasn't something we were currently or just recently used, it's out. So it's a wonderful thing. And you won't believe the amount of space you buy back.
Marissa, expired makeup and skincare is on this list as well.
Now, you use fish sauce for your skin, right?
Yeah, you're only supposed to use like things like mascara for like a year or so. That's probably the wrong amount of time. But sometimes you have palettes of eyeshadow for years, and like those are okay to keep.
Okay.
There's a list somewhere where you can follow along.
So to your guess, what cosmetic lasts the longest? I
think it's the amount of time that you use it.
Oh, I see.
So if you're using a mascara every day, it gets bacteria on it because you're constantly using it. If you're putting, eyeshadow palette and putting your brushes in it every day and not cleaning them. But if you're just using it for one color and then using it later, 6 months later, it has different bacteria levels.
But it says on here expired makeup and skincare. So I guess some of them do have a quote unquote shelf life. I mean, you could probably get away with, but maybe it's like a best used by date or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and some of them will like crumble. Like you think you've kept it for so long and then you touch it and it crumbles apart.
How did you look?
All right. Also, expired medications.
Yeah.
Some people don't realize that medicine goes bad over time. Even over-the-counter stuff. If you're buying ibuprofen or acetaminophen and stuff like that, they do have expiration dates on them.
Get
They
together
won't work
with our
as
neighbors and we'll do a potluck.
Medication. Everybody brings
thing.
medication.
Yeah.
All right.
And
what a great idea. Hey, I brought Xannies. They're about to go. They're only a month old.
Stool softener.
Yeah. Also, extra items in your shower that you may want to get rid of.
Like that toaster?
Yeah.
That half bottle of conditioner, the other one of soap.
God, Rochelle used to be a conditioner junkie. I remember at one point we had, it was like 35 bottles. We had this shelf in our fridge. And one day I'm like, I'm going through this stuff. And I pulled it up and like 80% of it was conditioner.
Yeah.
She kept it in the fridge?
No. on the shelf in the shower. Did I say fridge?
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know.
Okay.
No, I just thought, I thought maybe that's the way you would store it.
No.
No, we have empty bottles of like things in the shower
that just hang out.
That just hang out there. Yeah.
Do they have the little bit of water in them that you put in? Because you
Some
think
do.
that soap's going to last one more time?
Yeah.
So that's something my shower is completely devoid of, which is conditioner.
Yeah, you don't need any of that.
I don't need any of that. But and again, when you declutter the bathroom, you know what I started doing? I started taking my toothbrush and everything, and I put it in the drawer at the top under the, so that my counter is completely clean. When I take stuff out and then put it back in.
Nice.
That'll last for a day.
So yeah, Marissa, I strangle soap, shampoo to the bitter end.
All the time.
And I do the water and shake it up and do the whole thing, trying to get every little bit out of it that I can.
And then the shampoo finishes before the conditioner.
Right.
So that you save a conditioner, and then if you buy it as a set, you put both of them in the shower, and then that's how you build up the conditioner.
So traditionally, both shampoo and conditioner is like just a dollop?
I use way more shampoo than I do conditioner.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Conditioner, you don't need that much.
Yeah, you're only supposed to use like a quarter or smaller, but sometimes you use more.
Do you use conditioner?
Not all the time.
I haven't done it in a long time.
You're more a Jerry Curl kind of guy.
No, like if anything, I'll do like
Soul
conditioner,
Glow.
like
Soul Glow.
maybe like once a week, once every 2 weeks. But
Okay.
yeah, my hair's not long enough, you know?
Are you guys different products?
What do you mean?
Do you use like shampoo for your hair and soap for your body, or are you like all in ones?
Shampoo for my hair and beard.
I do the 3-in-1. It's Crew, so it's body wash and
fish sauce
and shampoo and conditioner all in one. So
And
I just
toothpaste.
use all of that and toothpaste.
Yeah, 4-in-1.
Yeah.
Face wash.
That's just the worst toothpaste I've ever had.
So get rid of some extra items in your shower. And then the last thing it says here is canned goods you don't use.
I take them out of my shower all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's with this beans?
Probably in your pantry is where you're going to find that stuff.
Yeah, man. So we got, again, thanks, Mr. Contractor, help we do everything. And we had these cabinets, Preston, that were horrible, that we kept buying the same stuff over and over, not realizing we had it already in the cabinet. It's like, how long has this been in here?
So it's a good time to assess that stuff. Move the clutter
if you're going
out.
to pick a benchmark time to do it, why not now?
I would like to bring you into the world of our esteemed establishment known as the Just Sayin Institute.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the Bird, Band, Avian, and Rock and Roll Museum.
The entire museum.
Yeah,
all
it's
the
all
bird
bird
bands.
bands.
All right, man, there's been some really interesting things that have occurred in the world of science. And I'm going to start with a fairly serious one here, which now listen, when you hear about discoveries that have not yet been fully tested, it can take a long, long time for things to actually pan out.
Yes.
But I always think that it's nice to have a kernel of hope. And a team of American scientists claim that they have done something miraculous. They have cured lab mice suffering from Alzheimer's disease.
Wow, really?
Cured. And the word cured is in parentheses here, and I'll explain in a moment.
They've made a lot of steps forward in slowing the progression and other things that they've been working on. There seems to be a good story popping up about Alzheimer's and dementia treatment every couple of months now. So they seem to be dancing all around this. So hopefully this is something.
Yeah, the researchers achieved this feat by administering the rodents with the powerful compound, which is known as P7C3A20, which they announced in a new paper in the journal Cell Reports Medicine. Scientists from Ohio's Case Western Reserve University Hospitals, and the Lewis Stokes Cleveland VA Medical Center undertook the study. Andrew A. Piper, who's the study's principal investigator, said the key takeaway is a message of hope. The effects of Alzheimer's disease may not be inevitably permanent. Like they're talking about reversal.
Reversing it. And I've heard this. There are other things that have been mentioned that
Crazy.
you've mentioned that talk about the reversal. Now, How does one meter Alzheimer's in a mouse?
Yeah, really.
Do they not recognize family members?
I can give you the rundown of it. It's a lengthy article, but the damaged brain, he says, can, under some conditions, repair itself and regain function. That's incredible. I just think of preventative, as opposed to reversing it.
So my mother-in-law passed away from Alzheimer's. She was later on when she got it, but it's something that sort of looms because it can be a family component, and there's all these things. One of the spots earlier, Preston, for and I wanted to mention it to you.
Crew on 93.3 WMMR taking it up a notch or two. Kickstart My Hearts, 1021, Preston and Steve Show, Thursday morning.
Imagine if you actually had a kickstart on your heart, how difficult that would be to do.
Couldn't do it with your foot.
Yeah, it's mid-chest.
All right, well, we're going to get right to the lesson question. And I am going to ask a question. We are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets if you can get it right to Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition at Franklin Institute. Here's your question, my friend. Are you guys still taking calls in there? It's still going on? Hold on a second. Before I do this, I gotta...
Yeah, so we already have a winner for the Shinedown tickets.
Right, I gotcha.
We do have that.
All right, so calls are still coming in. People are hoping to win that. Well, they need to know something completely different. I just saw the phone lines light up, and they were taking calls. Here's your question. What defunct strip club has such illustrious acts as Two Bill Jill and Sandpaper Sal? It was the original name of this club,
the original
by the way,
name
that we were talking about in Spring City. 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer to this. What defunct strip club had such illustrious acts as Two Bill Jill and Sandpaper Sal? Do you know the answer? 610-660-9333. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. And if your deck has more cracks than the Liberty Bell, it's time to upgrade. And you can update your backyard at Sequoia Outback so it will last the next 250 years. 309 in Hatfield and decksupplies.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Preston, the actors portraying the Beatles in a new Sam Mendes 4-film epic were seen together for the first time on set in Spain. One hardcore Beatles fan spectator described the scene as, quote, amazingly accurate except for the gorilla. YouTube personality Chud the Builder, having his bail rescinded after skipping out on a restaurant bill and then resisting arrest. Chud apparently tried to plead with the judge, saying, Chud not bad, Chud good.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Lil Nas X has resurfaced on social media after 7 months of rehab and therapy. The rapper-singer said that the treatment went so well, he's changing his name to Lil Nas Excellent. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, to the phones we go. Do you know the answer to this question? What defunct strip club had such illustrious acts as Two Bill Jill and Sandpaper Sal? And we are going to go to Steve, try to get that answer. Hi, Steve, you are on the air, buddy.
I'm going with Pumptown. Me and the boys used to go there all the time.
You got it. You and the boys. Hang on, Steve, because you and the boys can now go to the Universal Theme Park exhibition at the Franklin Institute. Explore how theme park attractions like Jurassic World, Minions, and Super Nintendo World come to life through hands-on exhibits, cutting-edge design, and storytelling innovation. You can get your tickets today at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! And it's brought to you by Horizon Services. You can count on Horizon Plumbing and Electrical to keep your home comfortable and safe with drain clearing services, surge protection packages, and more. Book now at horizonservices.com. Well, this is sad to see. Walter Parazater, one of the founding members of the Chicago Transit Authority, has passed away. So Chicago Transit Authority was the original name of the band Chicago. The woodwind player died of complications from Alzheimer's disease yesterday while in hospice care. Parazater was with the band from before they scored a recording contract all the way until his recent retirement in 2018 due to health reasons.
He's one of those people, Preston, you recognize his face because you've seen the band so much, but I didn't really know his name.
In a tribute post, the band detailed his massive contributions. They said a rock and roll band with horns was Walt's idea. He put the band together and they rehearsed in the basement of his mother's home. He's also the one who did the hard work to book shows for the young, unknown band, performing top 40 covers at local bars in and around Chicago. He was 81 years old. CTA, man, that band, I know Chicago gets the reputation of being kind of a light rock band. In their early days, they brought it, man. They were a really intense, very cool, kind of progressive band.
Progressive is a word I would use. I remember they were considered, what is that? What is that sound I'm hearing? And I love them right from the get-go.
Yeah, they're fantastic. So I want to, with this news, and I hate that this happens from time to time, you'll see somebody passing, I need to go back and spend more time, in the early days of that band. But that's one of them I need to do.
I've told you about this band. This is out of Russia, and they tour the world. And what they do is their main focus is on absolutely accurately replicating the music of Chicago.
No kidding.
And they do it to precision. And when you see them doing it, you reappreciate how good the Chicago song list is. It's amazing stuff.
Yep. All right, this is a fun little story. Alice Cooper had a serious stroke of luck earlier this month when he lost his credit card, but it was returned to him by a good Samaritan. The legendary rocker was playing golf in Payson, Arizona, and accidentally left his card at the gas pump. A local man, Jeff Guy, found the lost credit card at the gas station and recognized the name on the back of the card as Cooper. He then contacted Cooper's team and arranged to return the card before Alice left for a 5-week European tour. The handoff happened at Cooper's Teen Center in Phoenix on Monday morning. News crew was there to capture the whole thing, and so he was reunited with his credit card. And then, 2 more quick things. A Perfect Circle has been creating new music after releasing their single Starless in late May. Guitarist Billy Howardell confirmed this, and the group launched their European tour in early June, starting in London, while building material for what looks like to be a fresh studio album. He had said there's more on our way, and in the spirit of soft deadlines, I'm not going to give you the date, but we're working towards something. He said we're on tour. It's hard to get solid things done when you're out here. Howardell said that this is the first day I really slept to get real cracking on the new album. It's going to be, and he paused and said, I need a couple more of these days to line up over the next tour. Billy Howardell and Maynard James Keenan formed the band in 1999.
The last tour was the Taste the Biscuit tour, right?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been following it.
Taste the biscuit.
All right, so one last story. And this I got an email from, and I saw our friends in Froggy had reposted this. This is from a guy named Dylan and his band Attack Dog. They're a local band. He said, hey, we are Attack Dog, a Philadelphia rock band. Our bassist Paul reached out with our dilemma on Instagram, and they directed us to your email. He said, yesterday I woke up to devastating news that Instagram deleted our band's account.
What?
Without warning, reasoning, or a chance of appeal. And we had 4,000 followers, and the result has been devastating because they just announced their new albums. They're trying to get word out to their fan base.
Building up some momentum, and it's completely taken away from them.
So their album is called Can I Be Your Attack Dog? And he said our new single, Witness, and also a national tour, everything. He said we sang thousands into the recording, the vinyl, the CDs, cassettes, etc. We've never done the content thing on social media, but we have toured for months on end for 5 years to get to this number. So he said our old page, which was Attack Dog Band, is now Attack Dog Music on Instagram. And he said we've been making up for some lost ground. People have been very kind with spreading the word about the new account. And so he just sent me some links as well. But he said, help. With love and mercy, Dylan and Attack Dog. So they sent me this email, and I'm going to pass this information along because it sucks that happened to him. That's important to a smaller band trying to create a following.
We'll share this on the Preston and Steve Show stories. So throw these guys a follow and help them out.
Yeah, that'd be nice. So thanks for reaching out, Dylan, and
Attack Dog.
We wish you guys the best.
They should get that guy to do. That guy's around doing some of their PR material.
Yeah.
I was talking to Paul over DM and sending him here, and he said, your show is the best part of my day every morning.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man. All right, well, listen, we are going to take a break. When we get back, we wrap up the show, and we get you that letter of the day for that amazing ticket package that we're giving away tomorrow, but you need today's letter. Be right back. Stay there.
Brought up about hearing aids and that the ability to hear can impact you. Have you heard this in one of the spots we play? It's for the company.
No.
Yeah, and that can have a significant sway over whether you are susceptible to Alzheimer's or not.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm half-ass quoting it, but it caught me off guard. Is that really something?
That's interesting because I just learned that hearing aids are not covered by most insurance.
Okay.
Which just seems crazy because they're very expensive.
Yeah.
And if it
some
does
people-
have medical
Do you know what?
implications
They're
like
less
this.
expensive now than they've like. There are so many companies that are making them and that are making them like you could just go in and,
interesting.
My dad, before he passed, had purchased kind of these general that he loved that were great.
Costco has a hearing aid
Oh, really?
section, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And a whole where you can go in and get tested. And have, I took my dad in there when he was living with us for a little while to get his hearing aids fixed and all that. So,
Well, Dad, if you're listening to this
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. This research is part of a growing wave of very promising lab studies that point to a tantalizing future where Alzheimer's and other neurological issues could be a thing of the past. Besides this P7C3A20 research, others have scored remarkable lab results using different compounds and treatments. So this has made normally cautious scientists so excited that they are making bold predictions. University of Edinburgh neuroscience professor Tara Spires-Jones said that this month she thinks that the scientists are closer than ever to a truly life-changing treatment in as little as 5 to 10 years.
You need stuff like this. I mean, this specifically robs you of when family members or people are dealing with this and someone ceases to recognize it. The whole Bruce Willis's thing, it's not exactly Alzheimer's. Right, but there is a similar aspect, and it robs the person, It's a horrifying thing.
So regardless of the cause, previous research has suggested that Alzheimer's is a form of inflammation, and that means lessening or zeroing out inflammation in the brain could be key rather than managing symptoms. So let me get to the whole the mouse thing. Yeah. So for the study, the scientists focused on the impact of the crucial molecule called NAD+, or I'll call it NAD.
Yeah,
I know.
Right.
Sounds like a ball, right?
Yeah.
It's a coenzyme important for driving cellular metabolism, which decreases as we age. Patients with Alzheimer's suffer from a significant decrease of NAD+ in the brain, and hence their brain cells have trouble maintaining normal functionality, staving off inflammation, canceling other physical hallmarks of the disease. The team took,
go ahead.
Yeah, they took 2 types of mice, lab mice.
All right.
That have been genetically bred to be predisposed to Alzheimer's. So they know how to do that. Treatment successfully prevented them from developing the disease. But the big news was they injected the compound into another batch of lab mice who were suffering from a relatively advanced stage of Alzheimer's at 6 months of age. After getting injections, the mice completely recovered their cognitive ability, and their NAD+ levels were restored to homeostasis levels.
So
that's amazing.
That is amazing. So if the NAD levels are correct, do they even have to introduce the D's nuts?
No.
I don't think so.
No, as long as your NADs are good,
You don't even have to worry
You don't
about
even
these
have to concern yourself with them. What's also good about this study is that P7C3A20 offers an alternative pathway to boosting NAD levels versus taking over the chemical precursors for NAD+, which can raise NAD+ to such toxic levels that people could develop cancer.
Don't want that.
Yeah.
That's where you would introduce the D's nuts.
So I thought that was pretty amazing.
No, listen, so much of just having hope, it really does help to have something to affix to. And I think this is very encouraging news. Chris Hemsworth has an issue with this, right?
Well, I think there's a family
history, and he found out that he found out he's very predisposed to it. Yeah,
but I mean, listen, yes, this is encouraging, and I'm really happy. But then I also feel bad for the
people now.
that it's too late for.
I know, and it is the sad nature of these things. But hope is hope.
Yep.
Yeah, so they want to obviously start human trials as they possibly can, but they obviously have to do more testing before you can find out if you can even try this stuff out.
I wonder if you can could they talk to Rat Boy, because that's kind of a happy medium.
Possibly.
Already
Eugene.
there.
Yeah.
Eugene.
That's from Rat Boy. So we'll have to wait and see. But listen, it's hope. It's good news. And when I see
Why
stories,
not good news?
When I see stories like this, like I got a birthday coming up, all right? And I'm like, oh my God. All right, 10 years. All right, would that be available for me when I eventually have Alzheimer's?
I have it all planned out. I'm going to keel over. We got a cure.
Yeah, the next day.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
The guy's going to step over my body on the floor and go, we can fix it.
It's like 10,000 spoons, but all you need is a knife.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Steve, here's a text from somebody. It says, an audiologist here. There is a link between dementia and hearing loss. So dementia. Lack of hearing makes you withdraw from conversation and you lack mental stimulation. And that's a quick explanation of it.
There we go. Okay,
So
that makes
can happen.
sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
The less engaged, again, I've seen people in my life where I know when they took the classic retire, kind of disconnect from society and engagement, it seemed that their dementia accelerated.
And then here's a text that says, and yes, most insurance companies do not cover hearing aids, and it is criminal. So just a heads up, it can get expensive. All right, let's move over to orgasms.
Yes, love them.
All right, we go from...
And how are the mice doing with this?
Well, they're...
Oh, man. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Well, this is mainly in females. So
female mice.
If you've ever found yourself in tears or cracking up during sex, even if nothing was especially funny or upsetting, it's not uncommon. Having sex...
Oh, she definitely got there. I can hear it.
I'm going to make you laugh so hard.
Oh, my God. You're possessed.
Oh, my God. Multiple laughters.
And then we need the screaming orgasm guy on the other side of that. Oh, my God. Oh, it's too funny. So having sex can be weird.
Wow, I'm gonna be like her.
It can be
what she's at. Yeah.
It can be weird, awkward, or embarrassing, and it turns out our reactions to it can be as well. New research suggests that headaches, crying, nosebleeds, or even hallucinations during or after an orgasm are totally normal responses for women.
Yes, it's funny. You always the Just Saying Institute always seems to tap into things I just read articles about or whatever. Maybe I know we're pulling from the same pool of stuff, but it is a convulsive sort of thing.
Yeah,
and so you would imagine.
Yeah, and your body releases
people have heart attacks,
all kinds of hormones, so. A new study from Northwestern University is the first one to look into how often and consistently women experience various responses and when they happen most often. And it finds that while these sensations tend to be rare, they are within the range of normal sexual response, even if they're surprising to the woman experiencing them. Dr. Lauren Stryker, a clinical professor at Northwestern University, says that women need to know that if they have uncontrollable peals of laughter every time they orgasm and nothing was funny, they're not alone. The study involved anonymous responses from 3,800 women, and 86 of them reported experiencing these responses. Overall, 61% had physical symptoms, 88% had emotional responses, and more than half felt more than one symptom. A third experienced a headache.
Yeah.
Almost a quarter had muscle weakness, and close to 20% reported foot pain or tingling.
So if your nose started to bleed, would you think you were in the upside down at that point?
Only 2% reported getting a nosebleed, by the way. So
Okay.
that was more on the rare
I would think
side.
I'd burst a blood vessel or something if that happened.
Yeah. Laughter was fairly common, as 40% experienced it.
Well, if something feels orgiastically good, that's why there's a correlation between tickle porn or tickle, that sort of thing, where people really want to be tickled into, submission.
And 4% had hallucinations. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something. What? Remember the one time we all made our orgasm faces here?
I forget.
There's a video. There's a Daily Rush video somewhere, Steve, and I think it might be a screen cap of you, and you're just like, this is grimace.
I would never want to see my face.
How about that, man? Would you? The next time you're taking care of yourself, have your phone nearby.
I'll stream it live.
Take a quick video.
Yeah.
Marissa's got the it's on our YouTube page.
It's
Daily Rush.
It's an old videos from 12 years ago.
Man,
I think I had purposely paid attention to when I was taking care of my own business as to what my face contorted into. I didn't look at myself while I was doing that, but anyhow, try that out at home today.
Yeah.
The most common response, though, from the women that were surveyed about this was crying, actually. 63% said that they had, and another 43% say that they felt the urge to do so.
A flood of
emotion,
hormones.
Yeah.
There's a happy
Marissa,
cry.
not to get very personal, but have you ever had any of these?
Any odd
reactions?
reaction?
Dad, stop listening now. No. But I have had a partner that did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was with somebody who cried.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like often or just one time?
Every time.
Every
Whoa.
time. Wow.
Yeah.
No
it wasn't like a sob, but it was like it was a whimper because it was probably like holding back from trying not to cry.
Okay, question. Did you ever talk to him about it or ask him?
No, it wasn't the type of relationship that I needed to.
All right.
I just can laugh about it on the radio so many years later.
No, I was just wondering if you got any insights from him about that.
It wasn't.
That's interesting.
I didn't need to talk to him that much.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
That's why you're married to someone else, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Only 17 of those who reported having any of these experienced them consistently, and 69% had them sometimes. So if you have a weird reaction like that, it's not necessarily, out of the ordinary, and just be aware.
What if you involuntarily evacuate your bowels?
You mean that doesn't happen to you guys, too? And we have one headlight from the Wallflowers wrapping things up. End of our program, 10:42. Little tidbit about that song, and I just told these guys off air. I just recently learned is that in that song, this is mainly for drummers, but the drummer in that entire tune does not one time hit a crash cymbal at all during that song, which is kind of odd. You never hear of that.
Listening to it, it's kind of wild. You always hear that.
Keeps that groove going, which is a pretty cool thing. So it's 10:42, and we are at the end of our show. We have a few thank yous to do before we move on to anything else. And actually, just one thank you. Thank you to our guest this morning, Ryan Shaner. He's performing at Punchline in Philly on July 3rd. And he also has a new horror comedy novel that is called Solomon. And best way to get it is to check out his Instagram account, which is Shaner Comedy. And he named it that because he lost his account, Shaner Comedy. And he was a little sick at the time. He had a cold, and he was wondering what it would sound like if you had a cold to say Shaner Comedy, and it's Shaner Comedy if you had a stuffy nose.
It does sound that way.
Cobbedy. You can find that on Instagram, and you can get a link to his book, which is cool. But he's a great guest. We loved having him by here. And Sarah Parker is here.
Hey!
She's filling in for Matt. We had Coob yesterday.
Right. Yep,
And then tomorrow, Jackie's filling in for Matt.
Yeah.
So you get 1 day
I'm
of
sure he is so excited to be at the blood drive.
Yeah,
Completely. He's over the moon, as they say.
I didn't realize that he had never broadcasted from the blood drive.
He's shown up.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's done
right.
appearances. Yeah. But doing his show, which is, an experience, this is his first time doing it.
Jackie existing anywhere in any capacity is an experience. So I would say go donate blood just to talk to him.
Yeah.
But it's going to be good.
Yes. Always fun.
Yeah. Before we find out what you have going on, let's get that ever important letter, okay?
Let's.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
Oh, as in optometrist.
All right, very good. Oh, and then we have one more to go, and then this unbelievable, awesome ticket package could be yours. A pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band coming up on July 10th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Foo Fighters on August 13th, AC/DC on September 29th. Those shows are at the link. And then Rush on August 21st at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Any one of these shows make a great Father's Day gift. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. So get them or win this prize, which we'll give away tomorrow while we're doing the blood drive. So you got a full day ahead of you. What's going on?
I do indeed. Workforce blocks. I'm excited about these. It's going to be good. Metallica, Beastie Boys, and Judas Priest.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
and in the
meaty.
Judas Priest block, I'm going to pull out Pierre's interview with Rob Halford, the metal god, a great Instagram follow, by the way, because he's the metal god, right? He's the front man of Judas Priest. He also has an amazing collection of cat t-shirts.
Okay.
And he likes to post them from his property. I think he lives in Arizona, somewhere in the desert, because there's a cacti behind him that grew in the shape of the sign of the horns.
Oh, okay.
Not a cat, no, but he shows off. It's just... that's his thing. I love it. But in this block, I'm going to pull out one of Pierre's conversations, watch it on WMR.com, because they see each other on the Zoom and they start complimenting each other's beards. It's fantastic.
Oh,
so
great.
those are the blocks, and we'll see what else we can get into. Hit me up, 610-660-9333.
Excellent. All right. Thank yous to our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Wild Fork. Delicious meat and seafood at prices you'll love. Shop Wild Fork today. And also brought to you by Faulkner Buick GMC. Get massive construction sales savings at Faulkner Buick GMC in Trevose. Online at FaulknerBuickGMC.com to be sure. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, the I Believe for Preston Steve blood drive. So get on board, join us, sign up, be a part of this. You'll get to see us doing our thing live, and you get to save a life. How about that? And get some freebies in conjunction with that, too. We do have a guest stopping by while we're there, our old comedian friend, Mitch Fatel.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Mitch in a long time, so he's in town to perform, and he will swing by the blood drive, and we'll chat with him. And, of course, it'll be nothing but no sad bro tomorrow. So that is it. Oh, and look for the new... world champion Munchkin toss.
We're going to try to go for it. We've made some revisions.
And we got boomerangs and roller skates, too.
And RC cars.
Yeah, so that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day in the morning, my friend, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.